right. Hi, Dark Matter. How are you? Hi, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Greetings.
I see what it's telling me whether I have one or not.
Yes, just like that.
Oh. Six link, huh? That is not what we were looking for. But it is a 6 link, so we have to take 6 links seriously.
Good to see you here.
Alrighty. The D4 interview. No, let me pin it because we're gonna get asked that constantly. I think it's at 2 p.m. Pacific, so I think it's in. It's actually very far away. I think it's in 6 hours. D4 interview at 2 p.m. PST. I think it's at. I think it's. It could be 2 p.m. Central or 2 p.m. Pacific. I actually don't know. I already asked them, so they'll confirm for me. I mean, I'll be ready to go either way. Are you guys ready for the interview? I only have an hour. I have a lot of questions. I have a lot. So, that's good. Players cannot regenerate. Should be good, man. Grill them, Rax. Guys, I'm gonna ask some tough questions, but I'm gonna be respectful. Absolutely no... There's no point to be. I'm gonna be very chill. I'm gonna be very nice. Should be good. Cook 'em, bro. There's tough questions in there. I have a lot of questions. I only have an hour. I feel prepared. I'm ready. I'm prepared. You want to know what's an insane medicine, guys? Dayquil. I woke up this morning, annoyingly enough, with a cold. I took some Dayquil 30 minutes ago. I can breathe out of my nose. It's so good. Crazy medicine. The flavors suck though. Oh yeah, it tasted like shit. I had the orange one, the citrus one. Yeah, it tasted terrible. Man, having that mod with cannot leech life is the worst garbage ever. Players cannot regenerate. I think I'm gonna block that on my regular expression. What time is the interview? It's pinned to the top, buddy. 2 p.m. Pacific. I should get NyQuil and cherry flavor. Is that the move? We do it in cherry flavor. That's gotta be it. Let me edit my regular expression here. I don't want to play cannot regenerate. Okay, there we go. That's a good do I have it? I haven't opened anybody's stream to gift subs. Let me go buy it in someone's channel. Let me go buy it. I'll buy it. I'll buy it in DM's channel when he logs in to pay for his Maven death. To make him feel better.
Greetings.
Dude, when DM gets on, should I team with him in hardcore trade and start leveling with him? Message him. If you're going again on a hardcore trade, I could make a guy with you and we could duo level. I messaged him. Should I go righteous fire? I can kill the trash and he can kill the bosses. I kind of want to see if we could kill every... The problem is I would be so bad at the bosses. So I need a promenade. You have promenade? He doesn't.
Hello.
I need to go to King's March. I need to buy Shovel Boys. Is this Captain Lance's build? This is... I'm playing... I was playing I'm Exile's build, but now I'm changing it a bit. Captain Lance is doing Cobra Lash, isn't he? This game is way better than POE2. I think in its current state, it is way better than POE2. That's correct.
Promising pick.
I mega big agree there.
Couldn't have chosen better myself. Let me just grab the next few applications. Our team continues to grow.
Anybody who has a shovel.
Oh, okay. Yes, that'll work. They can start immediately, and I'll get everything filled out later. They can start immediately, and I'll get everything filled out later. I'll get right on that paperwork. One more for King's March. Hail! It's a cornucopia. Let me just grab the next few applications. I'll handle their induction right away. Our team continues to grow.
This is Cone. This is wheat. This is wheat. This is Cone. Cone. Wheat. Anybody who's got a shovel, start shoveling. Shovel. 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 Okay. Where are the miners? Hey, they made mining way easier. Or wait. Yeah, you don't have to assign them to the specific. Oh, you do. You do have to assign them.
The choice is made. One more for the mines. One more for the mines. The choice is made. One more for the mines.
There you are. Well met, Hale.
Well, we're only farming two kinds of ore. Crimson and petrified amber.
Ah, well met.
A good apprentice for Danik. A good apprentice for Danik. A good apprentice for Danik.
Sad patrol.
What have you got?
A wise assignment. One more for the mines. One more for the mines. One more for
There we
the
go.
mines.
We're mining everywhere. You know it's sad patrol.
Hale. Things are looking up. I'm on it. Not bad, not bad.
Do I remember your question for the interview? All the rest of the questions doesn't matter. Yes, Jorge. I have noted your question down in big gold letters, and I have just essentially crossed out the other ones. I believe, not 100% sure, but I believe Rob is also going to do an interview. I could be completely wrong. But I believe Rob is also going to do an interview. So if I don't get to it, Rob can take over. He is. When is Rob's interview? Do you know? Mine will be better. I don't know about that, buddy. I don't know about that one. I mean, if I ever want to do the Uber Lab again, I have to do this. Let's do this. It's locked behind a door, but I don't see the extra lever. I'm your voice to them. You've got to ask about SSF. Okay, guys. Let me at light speed. I did put some more questions in there last night. When I finish this, I'll at light speed, I'll read you every question that I have. It's I'm pretty prepared. I don't ever go into these things randomly, guys. I'm pretty prepared. But y'all let you be the judge. I'll rapid fire read you my questions that I have. This is the full list, and I don't plan to edit it before the interview. But are they prepared? I do think they prepared for it. I don't know if I don't know if I heard this. This might be wrong. This could be completely wrong, but I think they had like a meeting about going into an interview with me. It's like, guys, I'm not that scary. I'm not that bad. God. I think they just did it to prepare. I think. That could be wrong. I don't know that for sure. I'm scared. You're scared of me? No, you're not. All right. Here are the questions, guys. It's essentially 2 full pages. All right, here they are. You changed the defenses and difficulty again. Why? Are you trying to make the game more difficult? Why did you move away from capping armor and resistances to just stacking it essentially infinitely? Are you planning to add toughness value changes on item tooltips? capstones were in the game, then they removed, and now they're back. Why are they returning? How many skill points are we supposed to have at the beginning of the game? Because it was weird starting with full builds. You made tempering and masterworking changes. People are gonna like them, but are you worried that the game is too deterministic, where you just put what you want on the things? You added the tower. It seems fun, but it seems very similar to the pit. What separates it? Are there going to be rewards for doing the tower? And if so, what are they? Do you think RMT is going to ruin the leaderboards? It's been a few weeks since the PTR launched. What has the team learned from it, and what are you working on until the launch? It seems like the game takes outrageous inspiration from D3. You brought in GRs, you brought in toughness, you brought in the torment tiers. Is Diablo 4 becoming Diablo 3.5? Seasons. There's 3 issues with seasons. The magnitude of the changes doesn't seem high. The types of the seasons, powers, we're sick of it. And you never make the mechanics go core. Why? Or, I'm paraphrasing here. I'll ask it more elegantly. The expansion is coming in 2026. A lot of people have kind of lost faith in it. They don't want to buy it again. They fought Mephisto's dog in the campaign, left on a cliffhanger, worried they're not going to be enough content. The Spiritborn is 50 tiers better than every other class. Can you give me like a sales pitch? Like, what gives you the confidence people are going to want to, purchase the expansion coming up next year? There's a lot of time spent redoing mechanics versus adding new content. Just, can you talk to me about it? What's that like for the team? Is there going to be a shift to much more new content when you have the game in a stable state? A huge debate on the internet is, what is the target audience of D4? Is D4 trying to appeal to the masses, maybe to the more casual player base? Or is that not really a goal? Is it difficult to balance the game with the magnitude of the numbers, hitting for billions or trillions? Is there a plan to tone these down to help with balancing? Okay, I'm sick of reading these. There's a million more questions. There's a question about the end game. Are we going to get pinnacle content? Are we going to get mega dopamine items in the game, like jaw runes and griffin's eyes? Mythic uniques don't cut it, and I can explain why. The skill tree needs a lot of love. All the cool power always comes from legendaries and uniques. It doesn't come from the tree. Is crafting ever going to take a bigger role in the game? We have tempering, do a click, masterworking, 21 clicks, but are we going to actually craft something 0 to hero? Is there going to be SSF? It could help combat RMT. Is there going to be a loot filter? Are we going to get an updated roadmap for what you're going to be releasing in the next year? Are you ever planning to design support characters or builds in the game? Will we ever get more stash space? Are you going to update the Paragon board? Why is Diablo not in the game? Why is the cow level not in the game? You changed the rune word system and added it into D4. How have you felt that it's gone? Do you like the rune word system? Are there any changes to it? Will there ever be something like D2 system in the game? Do you plan to add any horizontal progression in the game that has nothing to do with gaining levels or gaining power, just fun little side quests, sort of like Renown currently in the game? And then why is Diablo not in the game? Why is the cow level not in the game? Are we getting the paladin? That's what I have for 1 hour. Yeah, we're never going to get through it. How many hours do I have? 1. I mean, I would like to think I'm pretty fucking prepared. Full transparency. Like, I'm just gonna tell you, let me tell you a couple things about the interview. We're interviewing two of D4's best, man. We're interviewing Colin and Zavin. So we've got really 2 Giga Chads from the team here. I like these guys, and they're smart guys. So we're not interviewing a bunch of dumbasses here. The other thing is, they asked me, will you please send us the questions so we can review them and prepare our answers? And I said, absolutely. I sent them this document last night. They have it. So I think they have, to some degree, prepared. So, and by the way, that's very common. That's very common with most of these interviews. Usually they say, can you send me a rough estimation of the questions that you would ask our teams so we can prepare? I think this is a very common thing. The interview is at 2 p.m. Pacific. You would rather have them not prepared? Well, you want to know what happens when they're not well, I guess it could potentially happen either way, but if they're not prepared, then people just train in generic corporate speak answers. The interview is not soon, guys. It's multiple hours away. It's not soon. Yeah, it's all good, guys. Should be good. These are two of Diablo 4's best, in my opinion. Zavin and Colin, so this is two of the I got two of the best coming in, so who knows? Maybe they'll play an Uno reversal on me. Maybe they're gonna show me up. Maybe they're gonna counter with questions to me and make me look like a dummy head. Maybe one of my questions is really dumb. I don't know. What's my class? Berserker. What's my slash played? Keep in mind, my slash played is often completely wrong because I leave my game on all night, all the time. It says I played for 17 hours. Is that right? 17 hours and I'm about to enter red maps. That doesn't seem crazy. That seems maybe about right. 17 hours in hardcore SSF and I've got my 4 labs done and stuff. That might be right. Silent Core, it went off. I usually just read them at my own pace, so sometimes it takes me a couple of minutes, but I try to always read them. I should probably change that. I should probably just have an alert. But I just saw it come through. Good Times, Elge Pels, Castian, PVT, Pickles, Giles, CCDSA. Don't show them the questions beforehand. We want genuine answers. We can still get genuine answers if you show them ahead of time. Could you explain what's the difference between my build and FaZe's Bleed Slayer Ground Slammer is? I'm not familiar with FaZe's build. I can tell you one thing. I don't bleed anything. What I do is I smash the ground and then I shout on top of it and then it blows it up. That's what I do. They're both like probably melee physical builds, but we're not doing any bleeding around here. There is no bleeding. I'm frozen. I'm almost certain this is a loss, boys. Maybe not. We won. Okay, all of that. Loot, 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 loot. Well, that was pretty good. I like turtles. We know, Kevin. We've known. So did we answer Silent Core's? Was that a good enough answer, Silent Core? I actually don't know. You were no worries, man. You just didn't know. Yeah, I haven't. The only build I've looked at from any other content creator has been Pox's Righteous Fire. I don't. Maybe I should do this, but I don't usually go around and see what everybody's doing. Maybe I should pay more attention. Maybe I should pay more attention. 100 in life, life implicit dual res. This is a very good belt. But the life is too low. Well, this is the best base. And I just gained... Let's see, how good am I? Okay, my resistances are insane. So now all I need a promenade. Okay, there's a lot of incompletes there. Oh. Should be okay. Just fine. Karamon told me yesterday, and he knows like everything about this game. He said that the bleed version, he thought was actually better than this one. He just said it was tougher to start as the bleed version. So if you've gotten past the start, I would say you actually did the opposite of messing up. Freezes me when activated. I don't have a freezy. Any suggestions for a good League starter that's not Righteous Fire and not overly complicated? I would say this build is not overly complicated. It's definitely more complicated than Righteous Fire, though. Let me ask you a question. Why don't you want to play Righteous Fire? I mean, I literally just obliterated my 4 Void Stones in... Well, it was literally 3 days, but I could have easily done it in 2 days. Why don't you want to play Righteous Fire? That build rules, man. How did I manage mana for the start of builds? You have to take a Viridian Jewel with 0.4% of physical damage leached as mana. That's the solution. Socket a Jewel slot. Spam alts on a Viridian Jewel until you get 0.4% physical damage leached as mana. Solves your mana problems entirely. That's all you need. Holy shit. Wait, isn't this... Oh, this is replica Dragon Fang. If we get, if this is Spectres, it's worth $1 million. Ice Nova Gold. Ice Nova Gem, so that's bad. Right? It's got to be Spectre. If it was Spectre, it'd be worth $1 million, right? Some of us prefer to use our brains a little. Alloy, I've been hanging out with you guys for years. There isn't one of you that prefers to use your brain. No, I'm just kidding. Got him, boys.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering. Greetings.
I mean, I'm not even joking you. You could argue Righteous Fire makes you use your brain more than almost any other build. I mean, I'm that's not even a that's not even a kappa. What are you gonna do when you fight a hard boss? You're gonna have to learn every single one of his mechanics and survive. I mean, other builds just kill the bosses instantly and you don't do anything. So, which one requires more brain power?
Welcome. Drive them back. She will soon be free. Greetings.
Did I see the clip of Tuna getting a mage blood from the tree? No. Do you have the clip? I want to see that. Crouching Tuna got... Oh my god. Oh my... Dude, these gloves, 156 life, 29 chaos res, 12% attack speed. Wait a minute. T1 life, T1 hybrid life, T2 chaos res, T2 attack speed. These are like mirror gloves. What the fuck, dude? Any advice on a next crafting steps for your axe? You got T1 fizz and D1. You've got T1 flat fizz and T1% fizz. So you're missing the third prefix of fizz. So let's see, how do we craft the axes last time? I had a video on it. I made a video last year, or last season. It has, the final step was Warlord exalting it. Do you still Warlord exalt? You craft... I don't know. How do you do that? Does anybody remember how to craft that axe? I have a video of me doing it. I just can't remember the steps. The last step was Warlord Exalt for sure.
A unique, first of all. Boom. That's a pretty good unique. A unique, first of all. Boom. That's a pretty good unique.
Fucking mage blood from the tree. You love to see it. You love to see it, man. Well, I just got the... These might be like the best gloves I've ever found in my entire life. T1 life, T1 hybrid life, T2 attack speed, T2 chaos res. I mean... My treasury ran out of gold. Okay, well, I definitely don't need gloves again. Now we have 41% chaos res. That's beautiful. You lock prefix, you oh yeah, you unveil. Yeah, you unveil the prefix. Multi-mod the suffix, and then Warlord Exalt. That's exactly what it is. The flat fizz percent blocks the veiled prefix fizz percent. You want to know who I would ask, CJs? You want to know who would know for sure? You know who plays melee religiously and crafts axes every league? Is Karn. Why don't? If I were you, I would. If I were you, I would ask Karn. I would ask Karn. That it's too good of an item for you to guess. Since it's too good of an item to guess. I would ask Karn if I were you. And that at least does something for me, so let's do that. Ask Al Kaiser, but he's never gonna answer. I feel like Al Kaiser or Karn would answer, wouldn't they? Or do they just not like you guys? Maybe they just don't like you guys. I'll record the interview and I'll put it on YouTube. If you missed the interview, don't worry. Don't worry. Al Kaiser would just make fun of you. I mean, isn't he allowed to make fun of you as long as he answers your question? I feel like that's a fair trade. I'll let Alkaiser make fun of me if he would answer my question. That'd be great. Oops, I meant to click the Maven thing. Take it to the limit. When does the interview start? 2 p.m. Pacific. So it's a ways away, guys. It's a ways away. I think it's 2 p.m. Pacific. There is a chance that it's 2 p.m. Central instead, and I got it wrong. I actually sent them a message to clarify. I think it's Pacific, but they told me 2 p.m. I'm like, 2 p.m. Okay, but they're Pacific time and I'm Central time, so I assume they meant their time, but. I don't know why. I think it's because I have a small brain, but I really like Blight for some reason. I think Blight is fun. We got to do Blidget anyway to, this is all I get. Do I have a build guide for the POE1 Marauder? I'm Exile has a guide for it on Mobalytics. If you just type in I'm Exile Earth Shatter, it'll come right up. I'm not following it exactly, but it's very close. Adjudicator, how you doing, buddy? Val axe, best axe in the game. Definitely not skipping that.
Hello. Greetings.
You use Cloak of Flame on Righteous Fire. Yes, you do. Yes, sir. Does the fire ever stop? So this Val Axe. Does anybody know the min eye level? I can the funny thing is I can always remember what you're trying to roll for Val Axes, because all I ever remember is, what do you want for Thanksgiving? You want mashed potatoes with dick in them, right? Dictators. So we want dictators. 83. All right, so this is even fucking close. We'll sell it. You don't get it? Dick. Like, I don't know, dick in your mashed potatoes? That's what you want, right? Dictators. That's the name of the prefix. You want dictators, Valax. That's actually how I remember it. It's like Richard. You'll never forget it now. If you're ever wondering what you're looking for on a Valax, just think of, what do you want for Thanksgiving? Dictators. What a time to join the stream. I'm here all day, guys. Oh. Okay, they changed it. All right, they changed it. Now it's 1:30 Pacific. Okay, then. That's fine. 30 minutes earlier, that's actually better for me. That works for me. Just let me unpin this because they changed the time on me. If anybody gets mad at me for telling them the wrong time, Blizzard changed it on me, okay? I have a screenshot. They told me. They told me it was at 2. I have the screenshot. Okay. They changed it on me. Which is fine. It's okay. I don't care. Actually, be honest with you, that time is actually better for me. So I'm actually happy about that. That's good. Where? Oh no, what's going on here? I don't know what's happening. Is this Clarissa Explains It All with her detonate dead husband or whatever? Can we go from Righteous Fire to this? You'd have to make a new character, but yeah, you could. Sure. You can reroll into anything. You don't need to reroll. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You actually, duh.
Greetings.
It is a Marauder, right? Oh yeah. You don't need to reroll. Sorry, I'm a stupid idiot. You don't need to reroll. Just respec your Jim Bob into a Berserker. Oh yeah, I forgot that this is a Marauder. Duh. Hey, this has 7% life and area damage. Wait a minute. Isn't this the greatest thing ever for DM's build? Area damage, damage over time multiplier, and 7% life? Is this an area of effect? Yeah, it is. This is going to make me do a little bit more damage. 27k, and now it's 28k. Wow.
Hello. Hello.
What time is the D4 interview? 1:30 Pacific. It's pinned to the top. How do you know it does 28k damage? At the top, DPS 28k. You were under the impression that number is inaccurate. You're correct. The only real way to tell how much damage you actually got is to POB it. Yeah, that is a true statement. But if the number goes up, you usually got more damage, right? It's bad at calculating. It's bad at calculating how much damage you actually get, but it can tell you whether it's going up or down, you know? I know it's going up because it's an AoE gem and I got AoE damage, right? So certainly the number's going up. $30 fizz damage reduction in 2 bosses. That sounds bad. Yeah, it's not even Elon's maps. It's Elon's map. Elon's map. Turquoise say? It's terrible. Fine. Has anybody seen my stapler? The red swing line stapler? Am I playing hardcore? I'm playing hardcore solo self-found. No deaths allowed, no trading allowed. It's just me. Makes it tough, man. It makes it kind of tough, I'm not gonna lie. Let's try both of these three and see if we can magically hit the miracle. Nope. Nope. Oh, we tried. Man, I don't have like any sixes at all. There we go. Here's a new one. We go. You're a 91 Righteous Fire Chieftain. Ah, you're doing great, man. You're already 91. Damn, this guy's pumping. He's doing it, Ma. Get the camera. Leather belt headhunter? Damn it. Talking about the song, Obi-Wan? Talking about the Eagles, or? Dude, the Eagles were one of the best live bands ever. Oh, this is, I was gonna say, this guy kills me a lot, actually, but I had too much damage for him. I want to see if there's a...
Greetings.
What have you?
Am I less squishy?
I welcome you.
Am I less squishy than what? Than Righteous Fire, or...
She is pleased. Greetings.
Oh, am I feeling less squishy than yesterday?
Yes, just like that.
Yes, a little bit. The main thing that I did is I got my chaos res to 41. So that's good. And my chaos res is, was it going to go up or no? I'm about to lose a little bit. I'm about to lose 9 chaos res, unfortunately. Oh yeah, Fleetwood Mac, Stevie Nicks, and Lindsey Buckingham. Yeah, they had like the rockiest relationship. Same thing with the Mamas and the Papas. They had what's the proper word? Tumultuous. Is that the word?
Hello.
Horny is the word. Oh, I was way off. Swassa Sweely Samsonite. I was way off. Teddy the Potato, CJ's, Brigade, M Stains, Marathon X. I started playing POE thanks to your new player guides. Thanks for making it much more accessible to new folks. My man. Marathon, how's it going for you, buddy? What level are you? What are you playing? You resub, man. The resub came through. I was just saying thank you. When's the D4 interview? 1:30 Pacific. Hey, I got a blessed orb. That could be good. What is 130 PST? Is that freedom units? Well, unless I'm mistaken, maybe I need a world history lesson, but aren't the time zones universally agreed upon? PST means Pacific time, no matter what country you're in. I don't think that has anything to do with the United States. I think that's one of the only things the world agrees on, unless I'm mistaken. We have 4 time zones in the United States. Actually, Hawaii might be a 5th time zone. We have Pacific, Mountain, Central, and Eastern. Alaska has their own too. Jesus. We got way too many time zones, guys. You just had back surgery and you watched the Baldur's Gate streams. It was a great distraction. God, how's your back feeling, man? Hope your back's feeling all right, man. I haven't played Baldur's Gate since then, but I really like the game. Jeremy with the mega donation, man. Why don't you ask this D4 question? When you see a team like Grinding Your Games half the size, able to push out 10 times the content, does that light a fire under your teams? What insights can you provide for D4's development process? Well, I have questions about D4's development, but I don't think I can phrase the question as, you guys suck, Grinding Gear Games rules, what's wrong with you? I don't think I can do that. Tyramus, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you, buddy. Damn it. Man, these nodes that give you more maps have been working so well for me. It's just been giving me a steady dose of maps that I don't have. This tree that I have right here just rules at printing maps. Printing maps that I actually need. I don't think I've done a single duplicate map. Not one. Yeah, T17's print gold. The problem is gold is, or T17s are brutal. It's like Mark and Jonathan said on their recent interview. T17 mods they're not fun at all. Oh, I'm lagging. Oh god, look at that. What was that? These guys just never stop coming. That's what she said.
Hello.
Okay. Yep, yet another map that I don't have. Another map that I don't have. Bum, bum, ba-da, bum. Bum, 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 bum. 88 boys, I think. Yep, 88. I need a new belt. Yeah, my belt sucks. Okay. Does the interview start in 30 minutes? No, it doesn't start for many hours. It starts in 2, 1. Starts in exactly 5 hours from now, right? 5 hours. I think it's 5 hours from now. Okay. Halstron got a mage blood from the tree, and Tuna got a mage blood from the tree. Jesus.
You'll have to be careful in this one.
See this one? Yeah, both of them got mage bloods from the tree.
This way, Exile.
What build am I using for Earth Shatter? I was following I'm Exile's build, but I made some changes to it because I wanted the endurance charges to auto-generate. Okay, I've got 41 chaos res, so I should be okay here in theory. This girl's gonna murder me because she's chaos girl, but I'm gonna be very careful. she's dead. I don't want to die to Chaos Girl.
That's the trail.
Hello, hello,
Hello.
hello.
Greetings.
All right. All right, here we go, boys. 2 more maps in the books. I'm very tanky. Kind of. To be honest with you, I wish I was tankier than this, but I think that's the weakest part of my character. My damage is pretty good. My tankiness needs work.
Let's see you get through this.
You thought Righteous Fire had no boss damage, but you were wrong. It's definitely not impressive boss damage, but it can definitely kill bosses. I had no problem getting my 4 stones. Rax, I have a question. Is there any endgame mechanic that you would recommend as a new player? Mapping, expedition, heist. One of the easiest to understand for a new player, 2 pretty easy ones are Legion and Harvest. Harvest, you literally click a button and kill the monsters and pick flowers. Legion, you kill everything, and then you kill it again. That's it. Kill it, and then you kill it again. Nothing to understand. I wouldn't do Blight. I mean, Blight is tower defense, but Blight actually requires you to understand some things. It's not hard to understand, but Blight, you have to actually know things. You don't have to know anything with Legion. You don't have to know anything with Harvest. Just click the button, kill the monster, pick up the flowers. Man, this is a nice ring. Yeah, I think that's true. I think many mechanics this league are super dead because the tree is so strong at giving you items. So for that reason, I think one of the best mechanics with how powerful Breach is actually Harvest, picking the flowers, because everybody's going to need flowers to re-roll the resistances to other things. Flowers seem very good. DM's online. Yeah, he asked me if I messaged him. He said, "Do you want to run together?" I said, "All right." I'll tell him here in a second. I'll play hardcore SSF when he's not online, and then I'll play with him. I gave DM the option. We can both level separately and then team up in the end game, or we can level together. It's up to him. DM's deciding what he wants to do. We could both go duo Righteous Fire for the Giga memes. Oh yeah, the stream title is also wrong. Thank you. Yeah, they changed it on me. Thank you. 112 life on this one. No music today. The music's on. You guys can't hear it? It's there, it's there, it's there. Yeah. I can hear it. I really, really need a promenade map. Let's use an Orb of Horizons here. Yes. Okay, Sky Castle. Psychotic. Psychotic about it. Damn it, not a headhunter. Crying. It was almost a headhunter, guys. Will I upload the D4 immediately? I think so. It'll either be immediately or it'll be the following morning. It'll be within like 12 hours of it for sure. Ben G, the source. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. It's not soon, Karamon. 4.5 hours from now. Karamon, did you see the gloves that the tree gave me? Like, I don't even think you're gonna believe it. Did you see the gloves? All right. Are you ready to see a pair of gloves? Do I have an editor? My brother does everything on my YouTube. I trained him to do it. Now he does everything. All right, I'm talking to DM, and he said he wants to complete the Void Stones on his own for his own personal achievement, and then we are going to team up. I said, okay, get the 4 Void Stones, then we team up. That's what we're gonna do. He's on Maven, by the way, so. Does DM have the other 3? Does DM have the other 3 Void Stones? New World got canned, yeah. New World is over. Okay, Karamon, ready? Look at these gloves, ready? This just dropped from the tree. No crafting. That just dropped. That just dropped from the tree. It has T1 life. It has T1 hybrid life. It has fractured T2 chaos. It has T3 fire res, or T4, that's kind of meh. And it has T2 attack speed. And I threw an XR implicit that does fucking something. Dude, I can't believe this. I'm so annoyed right now. I literally I haven't been sick in like months and months and months. Like, I don't think I've had the flu. I haven't had a cold. I haven't had a fever. Nothing. I've had literally nothing. I've been good. And I woke up this morning and I have a fever on the day that I'm going to interview the devs. It's just, it's just life. Isn't that how it always goes? You're fine, 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 fine. And then the moment that something matters, you don't feel good. Fucking stupid, man. It's so annoying. By the way, Promenade has my recipe that I've been looking for. It's not even... I think performance anxiety is a thing. That's what she said. But I'm really not at all... I'm not at all nervous. Like, I'm really not. Unless somehow, like, my subconscious is nervous. I'm not nervous at all. I'm actually looking forward to it. I'm genuinely not nervous at all. I haven't felt sick in months. It's not that bad. I'm fine. But I can tell, you know, you get that feeling like at the back of your nose, it starts to get really, really warm in your sinuses. You start to feel a little bit dizzy. You know, all that stupid crap. You can feel it coming. That's why I woke up this morning and I felt it. I was like, oh my God, dude. No. And then I took some Dayquil and I did feel better. I was like, all right, Dayquil's dominating. But now it's starting to wear off. Now it's been multiple hours and I just feel yucky. It's okay. When it's time for the interview, I'm gonna wake right up. I'm gonna wake up. Hey, look, that thing that piece of the map looks like Batman. I want to make sure. Did I get the recipe here? I don't remember clicking a recipe. Did you guys see both Crouching Tuna and Palsteron? Both of them. Both of them dropped Mage Bloods from the tree. Both of them. You start a new job today, but you hurt your back, and if you tell the guy you can't come tomorrow, that will be it. Yeah, the first idea, of course, is can you fix your back to a functional state? Like, there's nothing wrong with going to work and your back is killing you and just say, hey, can't wait to be here. Just to let you know, I helped my buddy move this weekend and I messed up my back. So if you look at me wincing all day, it's not because I hate being here. My back's killing me. Just letting you know. But we ball, not missing the first day, and your boss will be like, I respect that. And then if you literally can't even work, maybe he'll let you go home early or something. Is that really a thing? The streamer gets different game clients? Guys, I mean, I think... I don't think there are many, but I do think there exist people that genuinely think that there is a streamer client. They actually think that, and the reason that they think that exists is because if the streamers get better drops, then it will somehow motivate their audiences to play more or something. I've listened to the conspiracy theories on it. This is like an actual thing that people debate, but there is no streamer client. That's definitely not a thing. But there are some people that actually think it is a thing somehow. It's weird. There are people who think that. Have I ever dropped a mage blood? I dropped 6 mage bloods in Affliction League, and I don't think I have never dropped a mage blood outside of Affliction League. No, I don't think I've ever dropped one. Affliction League doesn't count. Affliction League was cheating for everybody. I dropped 6 in one league and then none in any other league. Just shows you how OP Affliction League was.
The Genesis tree accepts.
Streamers in general get much better loot than the average gym bob because they play all day, most of them. You want to know how you get a shitload of stuff in the game? Be a degenerate loser and play all day. You do that, you'll get shit. Like, but take me last league. Last league for me, I really didn't have a single meaningful drop the entire league. Nothing. The most valuable thing that I found the entire league, and I played a lot, was, well, I guess the ship brought me mirror shards, but it's guaranteed to bring you mirror shards when you send millions of shipments, so that doesn't count. My best drop that I got was, a fractured T1 armor base that I sold for 28 divines. So for how much I played, that's a pretty horrendous best drop. And right at the very end, right at the end, when I was like quitting the league, I dropped 2 Hinakora's locks for 200 divine. So I did get a 200 divine drop, but it took me a month of farming at the highest level, fully juiced T17 strongbox maps. I probably did hundreds of them to get one godly drop. So if I was on the streamer server last year, I definitely want my money back. I hate everyone and I hate life, and I want my money back because my streamer server was absolute dog shit. But I did get a 200 divine drop right as I was quitting. 2 Hinakora's locks. Hinakora no at Rax. What? What? I've never dropped a mirror before. You just reinstalled POE1 and it works like crap on PlayStation? Does anybody play on PlayStation, and is it garbage, or can you play? Any PlayStation players out there? Scissorin has never found a mirror. You want to hear... You want to hear the most unlucky thing? Okay, Lord Zero says he plays with no problems. Dog Brother says he plays, it's fine. Here's the most unlucky thing that's ever happened to me, ever, in POE1. In Affliction League, the same league where everyone was mad at me that I got a double mage blood drop. In that league, I saved them. I found 96 sacred orbs. A sacred orb is 20 times more common than a mirror. Just a currency item. And the drop rate is 20 times more common. So, under normal circumstances, you would need to find 20 sacred orbs in order to find one mirror. Fubgun's ratio, that league, for example, was, I believe, almost exactly 20 to 1. Because that's what the drops are, right? You can ask Sushi, you can ask Fubgun. It's 20 to 1. I found 96 sacred orbs. And I found 0 mirrors. 96, 0 mirrors. Should have found nearly 5. That's the most unlucky thing that's ever happened to me. I believe it or not, I actually checked that. I checked if my, like, no loot filter would ever hide a mirror, but I did check it. I asked Fubgun to drop, or Fubgun or Crouching Tuna, I asked them to drop a mirror on the ground so I could make sure that my loot filter was showing them. I did actually check it. Nope, wasn't hiding mirrors. Why don't I grind for a mirror this league? Before I finish my 10-year streak, I do want to find a mirror in Path of Exile 1. So I will be, if I get into year 9 and I still haven't found a mirror naturally, every league, I'm just gonna build a Giga MF character on softcore trade and build a 10 mirror character trying to get a mirror to drop on the ground. Before I retire from streaming, I will drop a mirror in Path of Exile. I will will it into existence.
Hello.
Do I have my PC stats listed? You want my setup? It's on my Twitch channel, audio, twitch.tv/Raxxanterax. I'm dual PC streaming. So my main gaming PC is a Ryzen processor, an AMD processor, 5080 graphics card. My streaming PC is the Ryzen processor with a 9070 XT. So stream PC is double AMD. Actual PC is AMD NVIDIA. All right, guys, should we respec this tree a bit to try to get an axe? I mean, look at this is my axe, guys. I've been using this axe since like Act 10.
Welcome back.
I'm gonna refund. We're gonna try to make some axes, boys. Yeah, I need a better axe. Yeah, tell me about it. I'm about to go to red maps and my axe is terrible. From my experiences, the tree sucks for weapons. I already made this though. I made this 6-link, which I can wear now, by the way, finally. So if I take this off and I put this on, I wish I could just craft pure chaos res, but I can't. I guess let's do cold and chaos. It's not the greatest armor ever, but okay, I could actually craft a prefix. Why don't I craft? Well, I think I need the chaos res, don't I? I should definitely craft the chaos res. Right? I don't have 2 alks. So the other thing that we need to add is Fist of War, right? Now we add Fist of War. Hi, Venom. What's up, buddy? Aura Aurora. I like that name. It has such a nice ring. Aura Aurora. Thanks for the 2 subs, my friend. It's a nice name. Oh, Tropical Paradise. You already know we're doing that one. Did I buy everything from this guy? 5 alchemies. I don't have any alchemies. I showed DM my gloves so he gets jealous. So I need to throw an Exalt into this. Okay, DM gave me a tree to make an axe.
I welcome you. Okay, his tree and mine are actually completely identical. They're exactly the same. Okay, I've almost full cleared. I've almost full cleared. Wait, this doesn't give you a completion, but I should run it anyway, right? It's just Giga XP. We're running this, right? We're doing this. It's just Giga XP. We're doing this. If nothing else, we're doing it for fun. Okay, DM says Val axes do have an implicit dex requirement. Is that true? Okay, so I need to unspec that node. It has strength and int and dex? Wait, Val axes have an implicit int requirement too? I have no idea how I'm supposed to get to 5,000 HP. Like, maybe I gotta look at my gear and see what doesn't have Giga Life on it. But I've been trying to get life going on everything. But I'm only at 4,400 life, and I took every life node. I even took an extra life node or two. You have 7,100. That map almost gave me an entire level. Oh, that was it? Thought there was like a gauntlet in here. What time is the D4 interview?
Welcome back.
4 hours from now.
Godslayer.
All right. Are you guys ready? It's our first red map. Well, I cannot run this. That's bricked. And I'm gonna have to Chaos Orb this. Unless I could do this one. Well, we're already going to T12. We skipped a tier. All right. Will I upload the D4 interview? Yes, I will. It'll be on YouTube if you miss it. Don't worry. Valax, beautiful. I'm gonna go look for the breach. I don't think we did the breach. Do you guys have any tricks for finding alchemies? What time is the interview for you? It's in 4 hours, Sarah. All right, boys. T12 down. Have you guys ever heard of a game called Dragon Air? You hear from YouTube to get your Twitch drops? Smart. No, that's Dragon Air. You got to put an H in there. Dragon Air, like heir to the throne. Sarah, are you feeling better? Katie, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs. I have a nice rare amulet. I do? Isn't my amulet terrible? I guess it's pretty good. Dual res, a little bit of life, life leech, and it's got a good implicit, and it's a max rolled implicit. It's actually pretty good. It's a mobile pay-to-win game. They'll pay me multiple. They'll pay me a lot of money to stream it for 1 hour in 3 weeks.
Greetings.
Problem is if it's a pay-to-win mobile game, you guys are gonna hate it. But it seems like for that amount of money, maybe I should do it anyway. I don't know. Maybe not. I'll probably just decline it. How much? A lot. I don't think I'm supposed to be able. I don't think I can say. I don't know if I can say or not. A lot. Yeah, it's only an hour. At a certain monetary, like, I just don't do things for money, but at a certain level, it's like, wait, am I actually just being a moron for not doing that? More than 10,000? No, I'm not that valuable. I'm not Asmon Gold. Chat says to do it. Yeah, that's because you guys are nice. I usually just insta decline these. I just decline them. I'm like, ah, no, thank you.
Greetings.
But this is quite a lot of money. I should maybe I should do this. 1 hour to play this game. 1 hour? That's not very much time. That's not very much. Maybe at the end of the stream I gift 100 subs for your guys' pain and suffering for whoever stays. The reason why lately I'm more open to the idea of taking these deals is because I'm with Mythic Talent, and Mythic Talent does a very good job of giving you much better deals. It's like they're gonna pay someone to do it anyway. It's better. It's you. Well, it's nice of you to say something like that. Okay, now I actually don't know what to go get. I have pretty much everything. Have the endurance charges, I have the jewel sockets, I have this, I have the mastery, I have an extra life node. I don't know. Tireless? I don't know what that is. Now we gotta try to find it with the highlighting. Oh. Extra max res, let's see. Is it over here? Yeah, here. You walk all the way over here. Do you path this way then? Do you path through this strength node? It looks like it's the same. 1, 2, or 1, 2. Go from the left so you can get the endurance charge, this one. So you go from here. This takes an extra point, but then we can go get the endurance charge. Do I have all my passive points? I mean, I only get 11 more. Yeah, I do. Okay, so this is what we want to go get. But right now, I can't get it for multiple clicks. So what can I get right? Should I get this for now? 4% life for now and then respec it later and go get it? I wonder if I could drop this now. Probably not. I'll just take the life for now. Okay, we're almost at 5,000 health. Okay. Okay. DM is very interested in me getting a new axe. He says my axe is dog shit and he wants me to get a new one from the tree. I told him I don't have any juice, man. I can't make an axe. I don't got any juice. Need some juice, boys. Game, come on, POE1. Come on. Work with me here. Never played POE1 before. Many are saying this is the best update to get into it. Is it true? It's a good update because the breach prints you out really good gear. That's not a terrible take. You want to know when's the best time to get into POE1? Yesterday. You want to know what's the second best time? Right now. Come on in, buddy. The water's fine. You just dropped your first divine. You've tied me. I've only found one divine the whole league. I haven't really been farming, though. You got a divine in Act 8. God, man. I can't tell you what an advantage it is on Trade League to be walking into day one with a... or walking into maps with a divine orb. You can break it down into whatever it is, 120 chaos orbs. And that 120 chaos orbs can buy you a decent item in all of your slots for 5 chaos orbs, and then you just spend the rest on a weapon. And you start off as actual Jesus. Finding a divine orb in the campaign is the dream. Yeah, you got a divine orb in Act 10.
This key. This key.
Greetings.
Business.
Okay. Wait, did I complete the map? Did I forget to corrupt it or something? It didn't give me a credit for it. Do I have an orb of binding? Jesus. I can't buy a... Well, we're gonna have to run blue-red maps, guys. That's what it's come down to. I don't have the... I don't have the, I could regal it, but aren't regals really valuable? Don't we want regals for... Don't we want regals for... Jewels? Okay. We won.
Greetings.
Okay. See if I have enough breach juice to make a thingy. Oh. Okay. They messaged me and they said, okay, they changed their minds. Okay, no, now it's okay, now it's back. It's back to 2 p.m. All right, we're just going to leave it at 1:30. I was going to say I thought it was at 2. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not good. Razor. Thank you so much for the 2 gifted, man. Careful, dark matter. Careful. It's okay. Okay, give me a weapon. Hey, this weapon is almost... Is this weapon better than mine? It is a 6-link. It's got way better stats on it, but it's 1,000 times faster. Got 2 6-links out of that. It's kind of a keck W. This is very close. It's 1,000,000 times faster than mine. It's definitely a godly leveling axe.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
This has 173 life on it. This hat. And I could craft the chaos res on it, and it has way more resistances on it. This is way better than mine. Way better. There we go. $666. Okay, we got a lot more life, and we got a lot more resistances. I don't even have it yet.
Good to see. Beware Beware of the enemy.
Okay. Es el Diablo. So now we craft on here lightning chaos, I think. We need chaos res before it kills me. Am I able to do red maps with only 27 chaos res? That seems pretty sketchy. Seems pretty sketchy, man. Oh well. Bro. Every time I've corrupted this, every single one I've corrupted, all of them have had reflect. Every single one. Every single one that I've corrupted has had reflect. Like, am I fucking cursed? Let's go to Johan for a reward. I love rewards. All right, Johan, give me a reward. Thank you. Thank you. Love rewards. You're looking to get back into POE1 after hundreds of hours from POE2 nonstop. How does the economy translate between the games? It's not the same blooming. Well, it depends. Well, you could make that much if you're the ultimate Giga Chad. I would say divines are more rare in POE1. But I would also say, in my opinion, I think the economy is much better established in POE1. This league in particular is kind of weird. Because this league, the season mechanic is so crazy strong that you can get godly gear without buying it. So I think that's going to be impacting the market for sure. The interview is earlier, and then they pushed it back to our original time. Um. Okay. Let's go to level 4. Um. Level 4. There we go. That's a little bit more reasonable.
Cannot do this yet.
All right. Yeah, my problem is I definitely don't feel tanky at all. Like, not even a little bit. Wish I felt way tankier than I do. Can you please fucking die? I want a Giga body armor to feel tanky.
Greetings.
Yeah, that's what I absolutely do not have. Well, we beat it, but it wasn't pretty. %90 extra damage as lightning. This is gonna be fun. Should I take the Divine Shield large node? What does that one do? I need to upgrade my Papa John's. Oh, Legit? I love Legit. Time to do Blidget. Nice, they're all in the same thing. So we do Freezy, and then we do Punchy, and then we just need one that will reach them, green. We need level 3 green. There we go. Now they should not be able to move. Let's get some minion boys going. Okay. We slam, we slam, we slam. We don't want to go in there, though. Yep. What's good? Hope all is well. Everything's good over here, guys. How are you? Ever thought of doing... Okay, yeah, so you guys said Divine Shield large node. Now we gotta use POE1's highlighting function to actually... Oh, this? So we do Fizz, and it gives me Energy Shield to try to give me a little shield to stay alive. I've never even heard of anybody taking that. Is that pretty good? Yeah, I need to automate a flask. Problem is this flask is eye level 42. I need a higher level flask.
Enter.
Okay, we got $4,000, but
Yes, just like that. Hell, greetings. Be ever vigilant.
we have 4,000.
She is pleased.
Hey, we got some alchemies. We can make some maps with those. Level 1 map, Keck W.
Good to see you.
Okay.
The Genesis tree accepts your offer.
This would double the damage of my little fire thing. When commanded. Don't want to do that. This one gives me 38% attack damage.
She is pleased.
3% PDR, 27% global physical damage. I'm taking 3 PDR and 27% increased damage, I think. For sure.
Yes, just like that. Your heart.
My god, I have so many more points now. So let's see here. We do this. We definitely want, let's see, crit we don't want. We're not critting. Attack modifiers. What would that even be? Attack. I guess we go for speed to try to get attack speed. We want attack speed. And then maybe here. Interview when? 2 Pacific. DM has a better axe than me nearly in Act 3 than I do in red maps. He nearly has a better axe than me in Act 3. I don't even know how that's possible, but... Okay. We're building out our tree, guys.
Dungeons and Dragons Online.
Is it a fun game? Ah, it's so annoying, man. I definitely have a fever. It's so annoying. Of course, we have a freaking fever the day that we have to do the interview. That's just the way life goes, though. The annoying thing is I'll probably be sick for like the next 3 days. Looks like it's chicken noodle soup for me tonight, boys. You love chicken noodle soup? I like it too. It'll be fine, but it's definitely chicken noodle soup for me. Chicken noodle soup taco? I mean, that might be what we have to do, yeah. That might be the play. Somehow find a way to turn it into a taco. Stream from the bed, from the laptop, stream from the couch. Dude, I haven't been sick in months, man. So annoying. I got sick 2 months ago. I did? The interview is... They actually moved it back 30 minutes, guys. It's back to 2 p.m., but I'm not going to change it anymore. I'll just leave it, because at 1:30 I'll just change my... I'll change my category anyway. Okay, here we go. Daddy needs a new weapon. Guys, the interview is in about 3 hours. 3 hours. Okay.
Hello.
Let me go back in here and make sure there's no... Did I just grab a crafting recipe? Was there one out here? Just want to make sure I didn't miss a crafting recipe. Okay, I'm not seeing one. Interview is at 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you guys can't be here for the interview, I'll put it on YouTube. I just grabbed it before the TP, okay. Sometimes I do things so automatically, like I see the crafting recipe, I just click it. It actually doesn't register in my brain if I clicked it or not. Like, wait, did I just clicked it? Like on yours, watching me, you're probably like, is this guy a lunatic? He literally just clicked it, but I
Greetings.
I do it so instinctually, like I'm not even thinking about it. I'm like, wait, did I click the recipe or not? I don't know, I'm just stupid. Alright. So how are we doing here? We've done pretty much exactly half of the maps. We did essentially all the easy ones. I am missing one, or I'm missing two of the twos. Here's one of them that we're missing. Did you see me fight that boss? I swung, she died. 100-0. That was just funny. That was pretty funny, you gotta admit. Is it normal to find a 6 link in Act 3? It is if you get it from the tree. I don't even know if 6 links are possible to drop in Act 3 normally. The tree could drop it for you, though, I think. Oh. 100-0 again. You got a 6-link from an Ebony Barracks random mob. Did you actually get a 6-link in Act 3? I've never even seen a 5-link in Act 3. You got a 6-link to drop in Act 3, not a unique, in the Ebony Barracks. Did you get a tabula? Sorrow mantle full leather. I've definitely never heard of that. I've never even heard of a 5-link in Act 3. You got a 6-link to drop off a mob, not a unique in Act 3, huh? Did you get it from a breach mob? Like, did it drop from breach? I guess that could be a thing. I don't know if 6-links can drop in Act 3, I guess is what I'm saying. I've never seen anything like it. I'm not calling you a liar, but I think something weird has to be in play if you got a 6-link in Act 3. It's almost time to cook, Blizzard boys. You guys, man.
Hello.
That's not what we're gonna do.
Hello. Enter.
Influenced items is like items from the super bosses further into the game,
She's
like Elder or Shaper.
hello again.
Look how shiny this thing is. Did you guys hear that?
I'll see you again. She will soon bear fruit.
Okay. Well, this is much better than mine. Fizz? Well, this is much better than mine. Oh my god. Well. Well. It rolled all three physical prefixes. And it also rolled T3 attack speed. I have a free suffix too. Jesus Christ. I could put Fizz leached as mana. And it even has leech on it. I can't crit. Chance to do double damage. Attack speed when a unique or rare enemy is nearby. Definitely that, right? Attack speed when a rare or unique enemy is nearby. Damage per endurance charge. How do I get that? I have to unveil it. But don't I have to have like a veiled exalted orb, which I'm not even doing betrayal? And no, it's not here. It doesn't even show it as a choice. I have damage per power charge. It's in museum map it gives it. What tier is museum map? T12. Thank you, sir. Am I able to 5-link my auras now? My 5-link my shouts? Or will that make me have not enough All right, we're going to have to change a lot of things here. Let me try to fix this. So this is going to be... All right. I think we're doing this correctly, I believe. And now I can... Now what I could do... If I put Rallying Cry here back in my... I need to make this a 3-link. Because we don't want it exerting Rallying Cry. Or can I just have it exert Rallying Cry? Or am I going to run out of mana? Yeah. So let's see. Rallying Cry can be bought from Act 3.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't turn it on. So what I need to do is I need to break these links. I need it to be a 3-link, not a 4-link. There we go. Wow. And I just made a museum map, right? Here. All right, well. Well, even without the endurance charges, I just doubled my damage. I just doubled my damage. That's insane. So after we get this recipe, we'll craft this on here. My damage is very, very good. So we just got 30% increased damage. Wow, because I always have 5 endurance charges. Gotta show this to DM. He's gonna be quite pleased. There isn't a single dead stat on my weapon. Damage, 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 attack speed, life leech, damage. Fucking unbelievable. Unreal. Imagine if that was on a Val axe. Okay, should we try to fight the poop boss? I literally don't even know what he does, and he usually just one-shots me out of nowhere. I have no clue what he does. I know, like, he throws you in the poop zone, and then you have to go the way the poop is flowing. But he always, like, whenever I'm fighting him in the overworld, he always just magically one-shots me. But I don't ever know what it is. Should I just try it? If we die, who cares? Big Crick. Kello Bird. Anonymous. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Same here, he one-shots you randomly. Yeah, I have no clue what he does. I guess we can just try it. Fuck it. If I die, I'll just make a new character. It's fine. I know when he tunnels, you gotta move away, of course. God damn, man. Like, what do I... What the I fucking hate this boss, man. I just logged out. Can I walk in there? Is that something I can do without dying? So the poop is going this way, right? Can't... Is it going this way? Should have just attacked him. Okay, so here's another boss. I have no clue what it does. So this guy, I'm supposed to go to one side when the meteors come up. Yeah, I mean, look at this axe. This axe is cheating from the tree, just cheating. Go to the opposite sides for damage reduction. How do I know which meteor? How do I know which meteors he's going to summon? How do I know?
Like, how do I know which side I'm supposed to stand on? Just log out when... That's what I was gonna do. I'm just gonna log out when she meteors. Hopefully. I already win? My damage is insane. Thank God they didn't meteor. Okay. It's because of the tree, guys. The tree gave me the axe of the heavens. Okay, that's nice. I'm literally more afraid of them than the actual bosses. Show me your my damage with all buffs down. This is my damage standing in town. You hope I get the job? Good luck with your interview. You hope I get the job. That's funny. Thank you. Let's just sit here for a moment, guys. Let's just relax for a moment. All right. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, guys, it's in less than 3 hours. Less than 3 hours. What temperature do I keep my house at? Oh, normal, like 70. All right. Okay. Okay, Burial Chambers. I know Burial Chambers has like the most impossible boss. He has the stupid, like detonate dead soul eater nonsense. So we're gonna do him like dead last. They moved it. They moved it back. They moved it to 2 Pacific. What's up, guys? Okay. Okay, somehow I got 23. Somehow I got 25 alchemies. I don't even know how. So I have extra chaos damage and crit. Just gonna throw it away. Extra chaos and crit. I don't want to be. That does not sound like fun to me. Man, dude, I don't know. I brick every map. This is getting brutal. I can't explain to you how many times I have corrupted it into reflect. I really don't understand why reflect is even. I don't even understand why it's a mod. I don't get it. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. I've lost 90% of my. I've lost 90% of my red maps because I keep rolling them into reflect. There we go. We got one we can do, boys. You can do Reflect Ellie if you remove Infernal Cry. You already know me, Karamon. I'll forget. I better not. I better just be patient, you know what I mean? I'll just be patient. The interview is not in 4 hours, guys. It's in 2 hours and 42 minutes. 2 hours and 42 minutes. If you can't make it, that's okay. I'll put it on YouTube. You don't want to miss the raw, unfiltered questions. I think it's going to be a good conversation. Gonna be good. Trying to get into PoE, but you don't know if you should play PoE 1 or PoE 2. What do you recommend?
Hello.
The easier game to start on is definitely PoE 2. You'll probably do much better starting on PoE 2 than PoE 1.
Greetings.
PoE 2 is the tutorial for PoE 1. That's what I would recommend that you start on. Like, definitely. I want to change my regular expression. Okay, we got it. Is armor better in PoE 1 than PoE 2? What I thought is what I've heard mostly is they're bad in both, but I don't know the specifics. Armor is supposed to be very, very good at mitigating small hits and very, very bad at mitigating large hits. I wish they would give me more high-level gym bobs to summon in the tree. I got an achievement? What achievement did I get? Hit level 90 in hardcore or something? Level 90 in hardcore, boys. Achievement. Okay, very good, very good. Look at all those kinetic wands. Wow. That's a lot of wands. Oliver Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Hello.
Hey, we got some 79 Jim Bobs. That's really good.
Hello.
Okay, we got another skill point. What we're supposed to be doing is walking toward these max res nodes. But for now, I think I'll just take 30 life. I think what I'm going to start doing is doing flowers now, maybe. Maybe I'll do flowers. That would be nice. Yeah, a hotkey for level all. That would be great. All right, let's see if we can make some stuff, boys. Let's see if we can make an even better axe.
I greet you once again.
Here we go.
Yes, just like that.
Boom. 30 movement speed. 30% movement speed. Fractured dragon scale boots. Could probably reforge life on those or something. 30% movement speed fracture. Yeah, I think old graphs are the best for me. Let's try it. Impale enemy stun threshold. All those seem quite bad. Let's do currency.
Genesis tree accepts your
That's nice. That'll let me make my maps. Oh, I got a lot of uniques. Okay, well, here comes my mage blood. Told you. I gotta do 50,000? Jesus. 50,000. Alright, let's try this. Okay, let's see if we can do a Chatois here. Wait, didn't I? I've blocked this now, so I go here, 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 edit, paste, save. Now if I hit this, oh, okay, that is fine. Okay. And now it's not fine. Reflect LE. I know I could remove the thing, but I'm just not going to do it. Destroy. Another reflect map. So that's such a bad mechanic, man. I just don't get it. Should be alright. Should be alright, famous last words. The interview's in 2.5 hours, guys. Wow, another Sky Fortress? I don't keep my shrines through it, do I? You do keep them. Nice, you do.
My guy seems pretty strong. Rax Hydrate. I've been drinking this bottle of water, but I just finished it. I need a new one. Okay, the outside is done. Now we go for the cream filling. Amethyst ring, that could be amazing. Will I upload the interview to YouTube? Yes. If you guys can't stick around for it or you gotta go, no problem. I'll put it on YouTube. Oh God, Frosty's here. Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna pay. I'm probably gonna pay Frosty's bills for the next 2 years with what's about to happen today. Dude, I was gonna shit myself if it gave me a mage blood. 32 portal scrolls? 32, huh? Is the interview pre-recorded? No. Bro, we don't do that kind of stuff around here. It's gonna be live, buddy. Nah, bro. The The thing I'm the most worried about is not the interview. The thing I'm the most worried about is technical issues. Because I'm dual PC streaming. And dual PC streaming is kind of janky for this setup. So I'm going to get the biggest sigh of relief if I can just get this thing started, really.
Welcome back.
You saw my videos. They're bangers. Keep up the good work.
Hello again.
Thank you, my friend. We'll keep going. Level 80 axe. Here it is. Gabushka. We did get a 6-link Kari chopper.
Good
It's
to
all
see
bad. Currency. Here it is.
that.
Boom. This does 200,000 physical damage. Is this worth taking? Is 200,000 physical damage actually decent? Let me go grab... I'm out of water, guys. Let me grab a water. Is that total damage or per hand? I don't know. I guess that's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know. Let's see. This gives me... That one has to stay. I mean, this says it absorbs 3,600 damage for me. Like, that seems... that seems required, right? We can't give that one up. Am I doing better health-wise? Well, I lost a lot of weight this year, and I'm trying my best to eat healthy and stay healthy. I'm certainly trying. Underground river. Okay. How are you guys doing? Who cares about me? How are you doing? You're looking up the POE1 league. Is the league good or not? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. People really like... I haven't heard anybody say they don't like the league. It's pretty overpowered, though, but... I've said it 1,000 times. If you're going to get it wrong in the player's favor. I've said it 1,000,000 times. If you're going to get a mechanic wrong, get it wrong in the player's favor. Still want to have a freezy flask. Does anybody know which map blocks freeze for the Papa John? I need to do my divine vessel for it. Underground sea, thank you. Damn it, I just did an underground sea. I hate life. I'm in Underground River right now. Let's go, Cassia. That's it? This is what we have? Guys, look at my blight. Hardcore SSF though, so I can't even trade it for stuff. I could die on purpose on a character and move it to trade, right? Is it just me, or are these harvest guys like absolutely insane? Some of them. That guy just hit me for almost my entire health bar. Oh.
Greetings.
Hello. Good day.
Can I... If I do Underground River... How do you see... How can you see what... Oh, it's Mervale. And then you just need to Google Mervale. So Underground Sea. Hi, Ghost Runner. How are you, buddy? You ready for the interview in 2 hours? Yeah, I still think you work too much, man. I still think you work too much. Man, how do I even beat this? Okay, here. Okay, we did it. Okay, so did we get the Divine Vessel? And now we can't be frozen.
Can I help? Exile.
Double map on the first swing. Love that. Okay. Did I do the hot tub titty stream yet? No, not yet. DM is gonna come visit and he wants to do the hot tub titty stream with me. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay. Have a donation where we have a more revealing bathing suit each time. You guys already paid for it. We can't charge you again. You already paid for the hot tub titty stream. I guess let's go triple freezy up there. Let's go freezy here. This one's probably gonna actually be kind of difficult. And then punchy right here, I guess. Triple freezy. Put a punchy right there. Okay. Should be fine now. Alright, we're doing stuff, guys. I don't want to do either of those. This Essence guy is an actual god. Are there monsters in this game? Is D4 still bad? Well, they're gonna have a big update in December. Why doesn't my guy cast Enduring Cry? My god, I even popped the Mana Flask. Help me, game.
Hello.
Oh, I got a lightning coil. Isn't that good? Isn't lightning coil good? But it's probably not better than just a giga armor from the tree, right? Take the Bezos bucks as the reward. Thanks, Manny. Matthew, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Nevor, MML, thank you for the primes. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Bezos bucks. Yeah, somehow I don't think Bezos is going to miss that money. Okay, here we go, guys. My first T16 map. Nope. Double extra damage, throwing it away. They steal my endurance charges. That's 2 of them down. Let's try the third T16. Certainly. And this one has -12 to all res. So I had 3 T16s. I corrupted all 3 of them and can't run any of them. Okay. That sounds about right. Okay, we go again. Okay, we can actually run this one. Bezos needs the money to fill up his yachts. I respect it. GCP is a good drop. By the way, I haven't checked. Okay, my support gems are still not level 20. Man. I'm almost level 91 and my support gems still aren't 20. Crazy. I'm trying to get some flowers here. So we can potentially do some crafting, I guess. Can I do Energy Blade Inquisitor next? Maybe. Is that what we should do? Interview done. Interview starts in 1 hour and 47 minutes. We win. Is the interview going to be a genuine what you want to do, or is it staged? Take a guess, Daryl. I'll give you one guess. Take a guess. Do you think that I would tell you guys that we're going to have an interview where they told me I could ask whatever I want, and then secretly with Blizzard stage something and hope you guys don't notice? That sound like something I would do? You know me, buddy. You've been here for a long time. You know me, man. Come on. You told them the questions, so it's kind of cheating for Blizzard. I'll tell you a spoiler alert. Almost every single interview that is done, you at least give, you either A, you give them the questions ahead of time, or they will tell you certain topics to not ask. Like, Blizzard could have told me, do not ask questions about the expansion. They could have said that, but they didn't. They gave me no restrictions. They said, we'll give you no restrictions. Show us the questions you want to ask ahead of time. And I showed them, and I said, we good? can I ask those questions? They said, yep. Nothing. I was like, okay. The questions have not been filtered in any way. I gave them the full list of questions. They didn't remove any of them. There was no filter to the questions. Now, guys, let me... I've said this many times, but just to be clear, I just want to be clear here. I'm not having this interview with Blizzard to go for the jugular and cut them down. That's not my goal here. My goal is to figure out what's going on with Diablo. I will ask them very difficult questions, but I'm not going to be a piece of shit about it. They did not cut one question. They did not edit a single question. And guys, I think I only have an hour, and I think I have 40 questions. So it's never gonna happen, right? Some of these questions are really not easy, so it's gonna be fine, guys. And another thing, remember, I'm talking to two of the very best from the D4 team. I'm talking to Colin and I'm talking to Zavin. I don't know if you know who they are, but these are the blasters on the team. These are the guys who know things. Even if you're really mad at Blizzard, believe me, the two people I'm talking to are not the problem. This is, it's not the... Yeah, it's just not the problem. 91. Okay. You want them to hear, you want them to, you know, that's not a, I don't have any questions on cosmetics. You guys want me to ask cosmetic questions? I didn't, that didn't cross my mind. You want me to ask him how the store is doing? I've already beaten this map, haven't I? Yeah. Guys, I gotta be honest. I've been hearing a lot of complaints that the microtransactions in the stores just aren't expensive enough. They're not emptying their wallets fast enough to feel like they're really getting these mega purchases. Can we do something about this? I just search for life. Is it ever worth it to take the charge mastery and take 100% increased charge duration? That seems like a decent thing. Or is that just stupid? I'm gonna take it.
What news?
It's in 1.5. It's in 1.5 hours, guys. They moved it to 2 Pacific. Today, this morning, they told me it's 2 Pacific. I said okay. Then they said never mind. It's at 1:30 Pacific, and I said okay. And then they said, JK, it's back to 2 Pacific. I was like, guys, you guys are giving me whiplash over here. I don't have any Val orbs. Oh well, I'm going to do this anyway because it will mean that I have beat T16 maps. They're trolling me. Why don't I just put a timer on the screen? I mean, I could have. We're here though now. We're pretty much here. Starting soon, guys. We're just relaxing until then. Shouldn't drop anything. Okay. Game hates me. The game hates me, guys.
Hello.
Okay. We're doing stuff. Let me look at my gear here. So my gloves are godly. My weapon's pretty good. This ring has 0 life on it and 0 chaos resistance. What is actually going on here? I mean, pretty sure I can just drop this entirely. My boots are decent. Well, my belt has a bad implicit. The only thing really bad about my gear is this ring. Do I have any ring that has Giga Life? 109 this has 140 life on it. I'm gonna drop this, put this on, and see what happens. There we go. Now I have 5,100 life. And we're gonna scour this and do Lightning Chaos Hybrid. I'm gonna scour this and try to get 2 more lightning res for sure. I don't have any scours. That's fine. I can get scours here. How long until the interview? 1 hour and 27 minutes. 1 hour and 27 minutes. There we go. Perfect roll. All right. Now I just got pretty much a bajillion times stronger. It's not even, it's honestly not even a good ring. It just has 130 life on it. Am I nervous? Not at all. Well, actually, that's not true. I'm nervous for getting the thing set up. I'm nervous about that. Okay, I don't have a Val Orb. Okay, so since I don't have a Val Orb, we're just gonna do random shit. I do not own a Val Orb. Yeah, the thing is, it's going to be very difficult for me because I dual stream. I dual piece. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to configure it so only my stream PC is working. I could explain why, but well, let's just skip that part. So I'm going to have to do this interview from a different PC. And I did a test run of this last night, and it worked perfectly. But that, of course, does not mean it will work perfectly right now. So I have it all set up. In my mind, I know exactly what to do. But if I can connect all of us quickly, and you guys can hear us all, you can see us all fine, that's going to be... That's all I want. About the actual talking about Diablo, not nervous at all. Vasha Anonymous, thank you so much for the Prime and the 2 gifted subs. Thank you for that. Flowers, flowers, flowers. Okay, flowers, flowers, flowers. We have many flowers. Are they taking questions from chat? Normally, I would love to take questions from chat, but we don't have enough time. I don't even have enough time to get even close to asking my questions. But my questions are also the community's questions because I took questions from you guys last night, and I took questions from you guys on my YouTube video. So they're not just my questions. One hour and 20 minutes, guys. All right. I have a T16 map, but I don't have a Val orb. Just I don't know what I've got here. I have many flowers. Something hurt there. I don't know this one. Okay, many flowers acquired. Break as many of the walls as possible. Okay. Sounds like I need some taco soup. I'm after the interview. I don't know. I'm having fun. I would like to keep blasting POE, but I should probably lay down and get some soup or something. This definitely isn't even close to the worst fever I've ever had, so I'll be fine. It's not even close. It's just a baby one right now, so I'll be fine. Wait, was that a... No. Okay, I thought it was a map. Take another shot of meds. I thought about it. I think I'm going to try to go without it, maybe. I'm going to go without it.
Hello.
I don't really like to take medicine. It's not really my thing. That's kind of a stupid attitude, though. Chaos res, all res. I mean, this is a decent... What is this? Look at this weapon. Okay, Divine Vessel. If you get the Ralakesh upgrade, is that good enough to remove the... I'm thinking about just finishing my Brine King. Should I just take the chill stuff, or... Dear Gevs, you have 4 games of content to yank from. Why is so stingy? I've got a lot of questions, man. Yeah, I took Dayquil this morning. What's up, Jacob? At least I can't look any worse. Believe me, I can look worse. I think I'm just going to finish my Brine King Papa John. So we go G and we type in Peruna. And it's Atoll. Let's see, right? I have to kill Peruna to get it. So we go Divine Vessel on Atoll. Okay, I think this is gonna work. How did this interview come to fruition? They literally sent me a message. Rax, you want to interview the D4 devs on Diablo? My first question was, who would I be interviewing? Like, no offense, but I don't want to talk to, like, let's say, the art director or something. I want to talk about the mechanics of the game, and I want to talk to, like, people who are building the game. That was my first question. Who would I talk to? And they said Colin and Zavin. I was like, oh, okay. I'm interested. And then I said, can I ask whatever questions I want? And they said, yes. Just send us the questions beforehand, and we'll let you know if there's anything in there that's, like, not okay. And I said, okay. And I said, just to be completely transparent here, I would like to have a conversation on some difficult topics, like, is Diablo 4 becoming Diablo 3, and why are there no pinnacle challenges? And a lot of people don't have faith in buying the expansion. You left us on a cliffhanger. We fought Mephisto's dog. Spiritborn was 50 tiers better than every other class. The seasons don't get made core. We get powers 4 times in a row. Am I allowed to ask you stuff about that? And they said, yep. I said, okay, we ball. I'm in. And then I sent them the list of questions, and I have a lot of them, and they did not cross a single question out, and they did not edit a single question. Nothing. They said, go for it. I said, okay. Excellent. There we are. Nope. They said, go for it. Okay. So, again, I want to say this as many times as I possibly can. Remember, I'm talking to Colin and Zavin. These guys are blasters, and these guys are, in my opinion, two of D4's best. So, keep in mind that the people that I'm talking to, in my opinion, are really not the they're not the problem. This is an excellent ring, by the way. I do not consider the 2 people that I'm talking to the reason why D4 has not been a huge hit with us. So I'm talking to the people who I think could save it. So I'm not going to be a piece of shit to them. That will not happen. I will not insult them in any way. It's not going to happen. I'm going to be respectful and nice to them. But I think I'm going to ask fairly tough questions. Mage blood time. Told you. it's not pre-recorded like Riker's video. I didn't actually see Riker's video. Was it pre-recorded? This is not pre-recorded. In fact, I'm kind of wishing I would have pre-recorded it because I'm scared that I'm gonna have technical issues. But no, there's nothing pre-recorded here. We're doing this live for sure. For sure, we're doing this live. I'm just gonna do a T16 and. We're doing it live. I think Zavin and Colin are also extremely well spoken. These guys are great. I can't wait to hear what they have to say. Like let's talk about some Diablo. You know? I like these guys. But by the way, let me make something clear. If time allows, I'm going to ask them questions that I know that they can't answer. Just because they said I could ask the question does not guarantee they're going to give me an answer. I'm going to ask them, where's Diablo? Where's the Paladin? Where's the cow level? I mean, I'm going to ask, but I put it last because they're not going to answer me. But I told him, I said, I'm aware that I'm going to put some questions in there that you like just aren't allowed to answer. I understand that. But I mean, I'm going to ask it anyway. How powerful is this super boss that I just spawned? I just spawned a unique... Better move around. I have no idea what this guy does. I don't even understand it. Can't seem to do damage to this guy. I don't understand what's happening. So which one has no frames? Is it Exit Path of Exile? I don't understand what this boss is doing. He's standing still. I hit him 1,000 times. He's still alive, and he's hit me for 4,000 damage. I don't even get it. So if I let's try Alt F4. Let's do that. I'm not gonna give POE a chance to kill me. I have no idea what that was. I've never seen that. I actually didn't know there were unique bosses in Harvest. I had poison stacks. Is that what he does? He stacks up poison. One thing that I did kind of wonder is I wonder why they reached out to me. Because I hadn't played D4 in a while. I wonder if they reached out to me because they wanted to have an interview with some, I don't know what the answer, I don't know what the right word would be with tougher questions. I don't know. It's because I have big dick numbers on YouTube. But I mean, oh, I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Greetings.
I asked DM, I asked him if he wanted to. I asked DM if he wanted to team up today, and he said he wants to get his 4 Void Stones as like a goal for himself. He doesn't want to like team up for it in hardcore trade. And I said, okay, I respect it. I said, message me when you want to team up after. He said, all right, buddy. %101 extra damage and possessed. Doesn't sound good. 3 orbs of alchemy. You're hoping that this goes well. Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, again, all I want to do is get us all on the call and everybody can hear everybody and everybody can see everybody. If we can get that far, I will consider it a win. I don't know what's going on with this guy. Let's just log out. Let's just plug a new map. That guy seems like a crackhead. Let's be smart. I don't know what's going on with him. He's possessed. Maven is there. We're just gonna walk away instead of dying. Did I go tired of righteous fire? Not even a little bit. No. Not at all. Build's fun. It starts in 52 minutes, guys. I'll transfer over to D4 earlier than that. Try to make sure that this thing actually works. Okay. I don't know. Let's do some perp, I guess. I don't know, man. Maybe I shouldn't do harvest. These guys hit so hard. It's so dumb. I have to do some harvest, though, because I'm playing SSF. If I don't... Maybe I do this when I'm stronger or something. This harvest seems like a great way to get one-shotted. How do you escape the hive? You hit tab, and there will be a certain pathway that's open. The rest of them will be barricades. Hit tab so you can see what's the right way out. I logged out of my first time on hardcore, and then I was like, oh, now I know what to do. That's exactly what I did. I logged out, and I got scared. It's nothing. Just hit tab and find the way out. Yeah, they moved it back. It was supposed to start in 18 minutes. Now it's starting in 48 minutes. So at 2 o'clock, in 48 minutes it starts. We'll switch over to the Diablo category in like 20 minutes. Just to sit there and chill. Okay, I do have I have 2 Val Orbs. Can't move. What was that? Uprooted or something? Oh, the patches of chilled ground is what's doing it. Go eat. Oh, I'm definitely not going to eat beforehand. definitely not going to eat before. Did I leave Maxwell? I mean, Maxwell got sold like a while ago, buddy. Maxwell is now owned by Ziff Davis. Ziff Davis owns Maxwell now. Ziff Davis is also the parent company that owns IGN. They own IGN and they own Maxwell. Congrats. Oh, well. Thank you, I guess. I wasn't an owner. I made $0 from the sale. I don't even know what the sale price was, but I'm sure it was many, many, many millions. Was it a good deal? I don't know. I wasn't the ones who sold it were the owners. I was not an owner. You're using Jung Roden's guide, but you need more of a noob-friendly guide. Do you mean like the build is not good, or do you mean he just like is? What do you mean? Indrid, thank you so much for the sub, my friend. Maybe we'll switch over to the Diablo category after this map and relax. Or maybe we do one more, I don't know. Blight? I love Blight. Let's do Blight. This will be perfect. I'm gonna go
We're gonna go green, freeze, punch. That's gonna stop them all.
Exile.
That should be it. We should win.
Purification pump.
We're waiting. Woody, they moved it back 30 minutes. Starts in 37 minutes. High macro. The big boys are here. Hey, that's the team that flew out to see the Spiritborn. Me, Macro, and Woody. They pushed it back 30 minutes. It's fine. Woody said I need to cook Blizzard. I have a feeling Woody didn't say that. That doesn't sound like something Woody would say. All right, let's switch over to the D4 category. Well, we're still alive in hardcore SSF. POE, no one's more surprised than me. Killed 2 bosses. We have the Eater and Searing Exarch bosses right here. We're walking, crawling toward Maven.
Welcome back. Hello.
Come on, godly weapon. A maul? Bro. Just gave me a maul, I'm crying. I think mine is actually better. So I don't need that one. This one's worse. This is, all these are bad. They're bad. Okay. Woody Joe said Quinn69 is a god gamer. It also does not sound like something that Woody would say. That I think you guys are just making a bunch of shit up. Are you saying I don't trust my chat? What I'm saying is I know Woody. I've known him for a long time. I bet you I know him better than you guys do. Can't pull a fast one on me. Interviews in 34 minutes. So, let's fix some things. Let's change this to say the future of Diablo 4 interview with Colin and Zavin. I think it's 1L. I think. Now let's change YouTube. Much more difficult to change YouTube. But we'll get it done here, so let me see. um, okay. And we fix this. And then we fix the... Okay, I changed the... It's amazing how difficult this is to do. Can't find anywhere will actually let me change. Here it is. Yeah, I got it. YouTube, you need some serious work on your live stream, man. It's just a disaster. All right, it doesn't matter. Fix it. Okay. So now, now the question is, I'm doing dual PC streaming, so I gotta figure this out. What I want to do is click this, and if I click this, you should still be able to hear me, but you shouldn't be able to see me. You should see a black screen, but still be able to hear me. Is that what you see? Do you see a black screen, but you can still hear me? All right. So
The odds of this working are higher than 0. The odds are higher than 0. Okay, so I have it completely configured to work on a Discord call from my stream PC. The only kind of weird thing about the only semi-strange thing about this is I'm going to be looking this way. But that's fine. Maybe my webcam will be looking toward them. Normally I stream like this or like this. But today I'm going to be doing this because it's on a different computer. Okay. So we just chill. Now we just chill and I'll let them know I have my questions ready. So, just for transparency here, I've broken up the interview into 3 different sections. The first section is asking them about season 11, like changes that they made. Why did you bring the capstones back? Why did you bring toughness here? Stuff like that. The second section is whatever you want to call it, the state of Diablo 4, Mythbusters, whatever you want to call it. This is where we're going to talk about some tough things like powers, and we wish the seasons were more grand, and the seasons never introduce a core mechanic that goes into the game that extends the game. We talk about, is Diablo 4 becoming Diablo 3, da 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 da. And then finally, the last section will be about the future of Diablo 4. Like, are we going to get solo self-found? Are we going to get loot filters? Are we going to get a paladin? Are we going to get a crafting system? I believe they only have an hour, and I don't know how many questions. Let's just say 40 questions. That doesn't count the responses from potentially 2 people, and that doesn't count me having a dialogue with them about it. So the odds of us getting through all these questions is pretty much 0. But I will try my best. I'll send everything that I don't get through to Rob. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, I see.
No wonder. I know where I couldn't find him. His name is Olive Bread. Huh. Okay. I respect it. We're gonna have to ask him about why his name is Olive Bread. Okay, so let me try something. Let me say, going to start the call, but join whenever you're ready. So okay, I'm gonna try this. Okay, let's see if I can get this to work. This will give me some time to figure this out. So I go here, I should disappear. Okay. Now if I call and then I do this and then I do oh wait, you guys are already here.
Hello?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. What's up, guys?
Hey.
Yo, they told me you guys weren't going to be ready for 23 minutes.
Oh, really? Oops.
Oh shit, we should leave.
No,
I
I
might have
mean,
gone off script.
Yeah.
so
I got a call.
you got a call, so you just answered it, just that simple. All right, now here's the $1 million question. Can I make this work? Oh, I know what the problem is. This needs to be like this. Yes, and then properties. Not that. There. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Now here comes the $1 million question. Can you guys hear everybody and see everybody? Colin and Zavin, can you guys talk?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Do I need to turn them up, guys? They're very quiet. Okay. So
Oh, can
I
you
can
hear me though?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
I'm going to turn you I just turned you way up. Okay, can you guys say something?
Hello?
Hey. Howdy.
How was that? Okay, well, I'm ready if you guys are. Or do you guys you guys are just doing whatever? But you guys have hoodies on.
Yes.
Oh fuck yeah, dude.
When in Rome.
RGB. We even
Yeah.
got the, like, on my screen, it's red, green, blue. It's
Yeah,
perfect.
same here actually.
Oh my god, this is going to be the best moment of my life. Okay. Well, I guess there's no point in stalling. Let's go ahead and get started. First of all, thank you so much for taking some time, you guys. I know you guys are probably super hard at work, and I know who you are. I know that you guys are two of the Giga Chads over on the Diablo 4 side, some of the blasters over there. But if you wouldn't mind, can you guys introduce yourselves and just what you do for the D4 team?
RGB, right? Go with red.
Ah, jeez. Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm Colin. I've been at Blizzard. I don't know why I'm doing like an interview, but I've been at Blizzard for about like 11 years now. Been on D4 for going on 6.5, maybe 7 years at this point. I am currently working on the systems and combat for Diablo 4.
I'm Zavin. I've been at Blizzard, I don't know, since 2008. Someone do the math. I've been here a long time. I've been on Diablo since 2010, including Diablo 3 from back then and Reaper of Souls all the way to today. And my role right now is Associate Game Director on Diablo 4.
God, you guys have been doing Diablo longer than I've been streaming. Wow. Okay. All right, so I thought we'd partition this into 3 different sections. They told me you only had about an hour, so I'll take a temperature at about that time. If you've got to go, I understand. The first section will be about Season 11. Second section will be about whatever you want to call it, State of the Diablo, Mythbusters, whatever we want to call it. And then the last section will be about the future of the game, whatever we can get you guys to answer without getting you fired. Sound good?
Yeah, our PR people are standing right outside. They'll have the gun ready, you know.
All right. So, okay, season 11. You guys have made a lot more changes in this season than it seems the previous ones, at least the most recent ones. One thing that you guys changed were the defenses and the difficulty. And that was something that kind of surprised me. It's something that I like to see. So why did that happen? What prompted the team to make these changes? Are you trying to make the game more difficult, or what's the idea here?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that has changed. And we kind of always talk about this as sort of a question and answer kind of thing, right? So the game asks the question and the player brings an answer. And so we've spent a lot of time, I think, up till this point, since the game launched, right, even base game, updating the player's answer. You have new items, you have new aspects, you have new uniques, mythic uniques, like whole categories of stuff have been added. We've done seasonal powers, and we haven't really attacked like the baseline question, which is monsters and what they do. Monster behavior has been largely unchanged since the game launched. And if you imagine where we are today and where the game started, it's like a world of difference. It's very Diablo, I think, to have this big iteration cycle as you kind of have the live game. So because we knew that we were going to do the tower, it just made sense to kind of consolidate and say, like, okay, well, if the tower is going to go out, we should definitely work on the question part, and make sure that monsters are designed to operate in the modern version of the game and not necessarily a snapshot from years ago at this point, right? So that's kind of the combat stuff. And Colin, I don't know if you want to dig into defenses and things like that.
Yeah, I think the combat stuff you answered well. I think just to tag on to that, it's like in order for you to feel satisfaction from a game, like nuts and bolts game design, we have to create challenges for you to overcome, right? And if the challenges aren't interesting, or they're the same, or they're too easy, you don't really get much satisfaction. So I felt like Monsters was a really big opportunity to bring back some combinatorics, some nasty affix combinations to really, create a fun challenge for you. At the same time, challenge in Diablos are always very subjective, right? There's a lot of different ways to have skill expression. Like maybe you're so tanky that you can just stand in the Inferno Blast. You don't even care about it. And we like that. Like we like you being able to graduate out of these challenges and just overpower and sort of overcome these challenges through stats. At the same time, we also like if you want to forgo those stats, you want to be a little bit more glass cannon. It requires more of your dexterity and input skill, right? So we just wanted to support that a little bit more on the monster side. We felt like that was lacking. On the systems and defensives end, part of this is sort of creating more design space for us, to be totally candid. One thing that we felt was that the current resistance and armor system was designed for the game that had 2 world tiers. And It didn't give us a lot of space to create more depth and sort of tail to the defensives of Diablo 4. We didn't like that. We didn't like how easy and sort of shallow the defensives were. We wanted to provide a little bit more of a tail on the defensive end so that players had other vectors to make themselves powerful. So that's why we're moving to more of a rating system. Candidly, we're also looking at adding more torments, and we felt like the constant penalization of resistance and armor was going to be really obnoxious if we added, like, let's just say double the amount of torments, right? So we wanted to make that a little bit more streamlined. So you're not constantly having to stat check, through 8 different torments, for example. I pulled that number out of my ass. So.
Okay, wow. That was okay, so that's a lot. That's a lot there. So okay, one question I have for you is you said that you made monsters more difficult and you add deadly affixes, but did you guys also change like the actual logic or the behavior of monsters? And if you did, can you explain like what's the difference between the old school monster in D4 looking at you trying to attack you versus the new one that you've designed?
Yeah, I'll put it like pretty simply. It's a lot more of the monsters like routine is based on how quickly they can perform actions now. So before, when we launched the game, we had this idea, and you experienced this as well, right? Where the game was going to be a lot slower. Like you're going to be toe to toe with this Goatman brute, and you wanted these moments of opportunity to attack him. So he's going to jump up, and you're going to like dodge out of the way and hit him. Obviously, the game has not worked like that for a long time at this point. So now, instead of the monsters being more cooldown driven, like on the back end, the designers would tune like, okay, the Goatman brute is going to do this every 5 seconds, and then he's going to melee attack every 2 seconds. A lot more of it is sort of randomly selecting between what are the various options I have. Am I going to basic attack? No. Am I going to overhead slam? No. Am I going to try and circle the player to create some distance? A lot more of it is driven by how fast the monster can perform those actions, just like a player. So it's more sort of tied to the attack speed of the monster now. And we've also scaled the attack speed as you increase in difficulty. So in that sense, because the monster can attack faster and move faster, they're thinking faster, and the torment and difficulty is going to cause them to perform those actions faster, albeit a little bit more randomly. So it's not as like, here, robot, here's the steps of actions that I want you to take. It's here's all the actions you can take and randomly select between them, and how fast you do that is based on how fast you attack and move.
Another big piece of this is just kind of adding texture to the experience as you play, because it's not so cooldown driven. That just means when you kind of go into a fight, even the underlying populations and the compositions of monsters have changed across the board. So where we were spawning Goatman as a family, we had this kind of rigid structure of how they would spawn. It's like, oh, it's always just like this sub mixture of things. Like, no, it's like, no, sometimes now you just get a bunch of ranged, and that's okay, right? So trying to add kind of more spikes throughout the experience, and again, just more texture when you're fighting these monsters hundreds of times, thousands of times, or whatever throughout your experience. And then the affix side kind of adds to that as well, right? Every single like affix you add, the combinatorics of that starts spiking dramatically, right? Add 1, add 2, add 3, add 4, so on and so forth. So making sure that your first run in the pit and your second run in the pit are maximally different just means that there has to be a lot of opportunities for the game to give you different things, which means we have to create more options, right? So a bunch more affixes, a bunch more varied monster behaviors, because they're kind of more RNG driven rather than the step-by-step kind of, execute a computer program sort of thing. Just means that the texture possibilities are wider than they have been usually.
Yeah, it seems like
oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think the diversity would be better, and it seems like the cooldown system, while it might have worked like at D4 when it was a little bit slower, I think the pace and the power creep of it with the new system that you've designed where they just attack based on their attack speed and they just get more powerful as they go would be a much better design going forward. And you actually feel a sense of progression in the monsters themselves and not just yourself as you get further into the game.
That's a really great point. And I think it goes beyond even difficulty. Like when a monster becomes or is promoted to an elite or a champion, for example, they have a much higher HP pool and you see a lot more of those behaviors. So I'll give you an example. Before we didn't make those like little spider minis elites ever, because it's like, well, that's kind of weird if we did that. But when you think about it from the, okay, we want to create this sort of black box with all this combinatorics, it's actually kind of cool if these little guys got promoted, because what previously happened was when they're normal, you just stomp them and they die instantly. So they have a pretty fast attack speed and they hit you pretty, quickly. When you promote that to champion, it's much more interesting, right? Because they're going to live a little bit longer, a little bit scarier. So those are some of the tweaks that we think you'll see a lot more of it in the champion elite space when they get promoted. Because we wanted to keep normals like still the sort of trash and fodder. It's more just like the default. Do you have enough damage? Do you have enough tankiness? Normals we're not super worried about. They're there more to fulfill the power fantasy.
Yeah.
And then one other flavor thing that I think is kind of cool in terms of texture is that like undead or skeletons, for example, have a really low awareness now. So like you can almost walk up to them and hit them, and then they're like, oh, and they attack you.
There's
Just little things like that. Yeah, right. Like so little things like that. Before everything would just globally aggro at the exact same time, and we just felt like that wasn't very interesting. And I will say, like, again, to the point of like, where are you going to experience these things? I think most players, especially blasters like yourself, will probably not notice too much of a difference when you're just owning things, right? Like when you're just in the flow and you're just you're just farming.
Go ahead.
You're
Just
probably
let
not
it
going
rip.
to. Okay. Yeah,
It's
I'd have to look. Are they going to get mad at me? Yeah. So I think what you're probably going to experience it more is in the capstones and tower pushing or pit pushing, right? When the sort of pace of the game slows down, and the time to kill monster on monsters is much longer. So that's where we're hoping to get some of that. We're hoping to recreate the like capstone moment where it's like, I'm going to tackle this early, and you're going to feel a lot more of those changes. So.
Just to connect this one last thing to the tower, because another piece of this is not just their behaviors and the affix pool and things like awareness radius, the relative like danger a monster poses, its health pool, how much health does it even have, and how much damage does it even do, and how deadly is it? All of that has actually had a pass as well, and that is the stuff that is used to derive their value in the tower. So now that we've kind of got a really nice standardized approach to where we can start measuring a monster's value because of their deadliness and how long it takes to kill them and things like that, that gets extrapolated into the score for tower. So the more dangerous a monster is, generally speaking, the more value it's going to give you, right? The more HP it has, the more value it's going to give you. And that systemically also crawls through the whole champion elite system too. So those guys are worth more as well. So tower is not just like kill one guy, get 1 point, right? It's very much dependent on what you're killing. So if you see a bunch of spider minis, you're like, okay, well, I know they're not worth a lot, right? But if I see the elite, I'm gonna focus on that because that's worth more, potentially. So.
Yeah, that was something that we had to solve constantly in Diablo 3 to get a top clear. You had to figure out what the monster families were that could spawn and go for the ones that were super valuable. Okay, well, we're 23 minutes in. We're on question 1 of 40. So try to... I love it, though. I wish we could talk for like 10 hours. I would love to drill more into everything here. I do have a question, though. And you guys said something about how you want to like build up the power fantasy. You just don't want to be dominating like right away, otherwise like you're not really playing a game. Is the intention? I couldn't really tell from the PTR because you use like the guy to boost you. Are we going to start with no skill points? Because it felt very weird to start with 15 skill points. I already have my core skill maxed. I already have my movement skill at level 1, and I'm already owning. I mean, that was fun for a while, but now it's like, ooh. Are you guys changing that?
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to be starting with 1 skill point. We are doing a little freebie because we've updated the seasonal ranks. You'll get 1 skill rank just to get a basic from the Season's Journey. It's one of the first chapters. So you'll log in. You should go to the Season's Journey, claim your 1 skill point for your basic. But yes, the intention is that you're going to start from 1. You're going to gain those skill points, and you're able to earn those back through doing Season's Journey capstones and other content. We really wanted to sort of drill into that like 0 to hero that is so fun about Diablo, and we felt like that was really being disserviced by starting at effectively level 16 out the gate. So it's only for like an hour or so, but we think it makes itemization feel better when you're leveling. We just think it sort of actually makes you feel like you're working for some of the rewards you're getting in it. It's much more satisfying.
Yeah,
And then the healing potion is the other end of that, right? You don't start with endless healing anymore.
That's exactly what I tried on the PTR. I tried with like the
the higher, the smarter monsters. I turned up the difficulty. I went with no skill points, and I went to Helltide, and I was like running for my life. I was like, all right, wait a minute, where's my 7 points in my core skill already? I don't have a teleport right here, so it did make a difference. The last thing I want to ask on this is, I don't think, if I remember correctly, this was not in the PTR, but you guys moved to the toughness stat, and you said that you wanted toughness. You already answered this question. You said you wanted toughness to be there because you thought like the constant penalties with the increased torment tiers would be stupid, which I agree with. But one thing is, when you mouse over an item on the tooltip itself, does it tell you the toughness change, the change in the value of the toughness, so you can understand if this is even an upgrade for you or not? Because I don't think it was in the PTR.
It wasn't. No, it's a really good suggestion and idea. It's something that it's one of the learnings we've taken from the PTR is that, like, yeah, you really want to be able to sort of tell the toughness difference. So that is something that we've taken and we want to make better.
Okay. So capstones, they were there, and then you removed them, and then I think I made a video a year or so ago, and I was like, why did they remove it? That was like a cool moment that you prepare for, and you go kill this guy, and then you can go to the next tier. Like, you felt like you did something. Then you took them away. I was like, I don't know about that one. And now they're back, and now you made many of them, and they tried the different layouts, and I went and tried them with like crappy characters. I went in 7 levels too low with complete dog shit gear at level 23, and it took me 45 minutes to clear it. Like, I cleared it, but it was like almost impossible. I was like, okay, so this is not so easy. But can you walk us through like that journey? You had them in the game, and then you removed them, and now you added a lot of them in the game. So are they here to stay? Why are they back?
So capstones were added for the base game really late in development, like very, very late, as a kind of this way to make sure that we are creating a bridge for players to move through the difficulty tiers, right? And we knew that, going into Vessel of Hatred, we had plans to change kind of the difficulty system significantly, and it just felt incongruent with where the game was naturally going. And honestly, I think we sort of miscalculated how popular they were with players. At a certain level, we're like, oh, this is great. We're going to remove this barrier, right? Like, the barrier's gone and it's going to be great. It's like, oh, actually, people like this way more than we anticipated, way more than what we felt getting feedback and hearing from the players. So on our end, it's like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have done that, right? And then okay, now that they're gone, like I said, a whole bunch of the game had changed, and these were sort of a last minute addition. So getting them kind of repaired and brought back, we knew that doing that had to just be paired with something else. And so season ranks was a kind of a match made in heaven, I think. This idea that you would be progressing through the season and have these points where you can like go challenge this dungeon whenever you want, right? Trying to keep all the best parts of the original Capstone experience, but then having a bunch of new ones. And then your question about, are they here to stay? Yeah, right now they're here to stay, and we're hoping that we can actually add and potentially rotate capstones in the future, so it's not just like the same static stat. So that's not going to happen anytime soon, right? These are just brand new, but we're open to kind of moving these things around and potentially adding new ones.
Yeah, I think there's like a interesting maybe design insight, which is like, you have to think about, like, when we removed capstones, it was sort of on the heels of, I would say, season 4 and 5, when people were doing them at like level 10, right, where they were just sort of blasting through them because so much power had been added to the game, and it felt like it was like, oh, well, remove the friction here, right? Like, if players are just immediately blasting through these things, it's something that we can just sort of take out. But it was a miscalculation. I think it's also like an interesting push and pull with the audience. Like, we've talked a lot in this call about satisfaction and challenge and overcoming it. We find, like, whenever we try and add some challenge into the game, it's like this sort of tricky, like, we want you to be more satisfied with the experience, so we're going to ask you to jump through some hoops. And sometimes we get our knuckles wrapped for it, where it's like, oh, you're trying to slow the game down. But sometimes we think it's really important to have those friction points. And I think Capstones is a good example of, like, here's this thing you're gonna work for to get some cool reward for it. So I think it's going to land in a really cool spot.
I think
kind of the endless task to remove the bad friction and keep the good friction and know which is which.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's exactly that. It's like one thing that I've noticed in some of these games, the thing that doesn't seem to work is you can't always go one way or the other, right? And I think D4 got way too easy, way too quickly. So many barriers removed that a lot of like the long-term players that really, even not even the long-term players, even the people who started playing D4, who played it a couple of seasons in a row, they got so familiar with it or so good with it, and so many barriers had been lowered. It's like at a certain point you aren't even playing gaming, where you're essentially logging into the I win game. So it's that, and I'm sure it's not easy from the development side to strike that balance, as Colin said, but there has to be some moments where you have to actually stop and make a decent build and overcome some challenge to feel like you actually did something, right?
Totally. And if we don't do these things, like add some more depth to, defenses or update the monsters and stuff like that, we're worried that like the game will very quickly fast track into it's done in a weekend, and that's something we've heard from folks like you and a lot of our core players, that they don't want that. At the same time, when we do add these sort of friction points, it isn't always super well received. Like season 1 is a great example of like, we didn't want to ride that train down of like making the game too easy and trying to make you work for CDR and resources and things like that. And it obviously didn't go over super well.
I still have nightmares when I saw the very first video of season 1, and you played the video and the guy walked up to the brain or whatever, and it rose up for 3 seconds and then it rose down for 3 seconds and then the fight started. I literally looked at my chat. I was like, it's
bad
over.
friction.
It's over.
Yeah, bad friction.
There's like little things like that. We were talking about like the game being slow and then eventually getting faster. And there's like elements where it's not, I'm not trying to simplify the work, but it's not like a global tuning thing. A really good example of this recently is doors. Like how fast do doors open? How fast does the collision go? So I don't know if people noticed in the PTR, a bunch of doors, their collision goes away immediately. The slowest door in the game, which I think was like the Mage Hall sort of thing, was like 4 seconds or some ridiculous number. So now it's like instant. Like we sped up the animation. All this stuff, the collision just vanishes immediately. And I know we didn't get them all. There's a lot of doors in the game, right? We'll just keep hunting. We'll keep finding them and keep kind of removing these points of friction, right?
Just like a month or two ago, I was talking to Zovan, like this fucking Infernal Horde store, it takes forever to open. I don't know if you've experienced this, Rax, but like you're running Infernal Hordes and you're just sitting there waiting for the door to open. It's like visually open, but you're still blocked. I think we removed it. But yeah, those kind of ear flicks get really tedious after 1,000 runs, right?
And it's like definitely 1,000 cuts, right? Like no one cares about one door taking its sweet time, but like every door doing that, you're like, fucking, who put all these doors here?
I'll never get to ask this question on the big stage again. I've literally asked this like 1,000 times in every ARPG to my chat. I don't understand why doors are in ARPGs. Like, just think about the concept of a door, and then I know what the answer is going to be. The answer is going to be, well, we want to give you the opportunity to compartmentalize the monsters so you don't pull the whole room. And I was like, well, let's go back to the beginning. Let's go to Diablo 1. Diablo 1, there like weren't that many doors, and yet the monsters don't aggro until you go in line of sight. So that's not an answer. It's like, I despise doors, like the whole concept of them in ARPGs. I've been dreaming of the day for me to complain about it on the big stage. So I hate them. I hate all of them. Any of them, all of them, however long they take to open. I don't know why they're there. Why are they there?
How do you really feel? Sorry. Fun fact, there's like some hidden mechanics that I think the game moves fast enough these days that most people don't really notice. First off, monsters in Diablo 4 can open doors. If they call for help, they'll actually just like open the door and walk in. You can see this very clearly in jail dungeons, right? They'll just like, I see you. I'm smart enough to walk over to you, and they'll just open the door. And this also means monsters like the Butcher can open the door, right? So there's this space where you expect a level of safety, but we're kind of gothic horror action RPG, and there's a little bit of a spook factor. When you just expect that you have to open the door, and the game says, "Nah, not this time." Right? No, no, no. The butcher knows you're here, and so he's going to open the door and he's going to come and get you. There's moments like that that get created. Diablo 1 example, right? Diablo 1, first floor, that catacombs, all the way to I think like 2 or 3, doors were pretty prevalent. They were all there, and it was actually for that reason. So you can kind of control the space of combat, and critically, you can close them. So if you open a door, it's 100 skeletons. Like, nope, and you just close the door. Don't kill a monster in the doorway, guys. It'll actually block it.
I did that
But
on
as you go
Andariel
deeper,
in Diablo
yeah,
2. Yeah.
yeah. As you go deeper, though, in the Diablo 1 labyrinth, doors become scarce. Your ability to control the space becomes scarce. I think that's actually this problem space we have. Is it's not that doors exist, it's that where's the mechanism where they stop being in the way, right? They have a lot of value really early on and negative value later on. So maybe there's some ways we can mitigate the worst impact of it later while still protecting our normal players who just like are going through it. Maybe they're struggling in a dungeon in the beginning, right? And they still kind of get that cool thematic hit, that flavor hit, that gothic horror hit.
Yeah.
But then people who are blasting, going 700 miles an hour in a dungeon, they're like, oh, gotta open this door. Maybe there's something we can get, like a skeleton key. Doors are open.
Maybe we just get rid of doors and GRs that are what are they called? Nightmare
Tower.
dungeons. But all of it, just in the end
Yeah.
game, and maybe that I would take that deal if we could get that one.
It's an idea.
Okay,
It's a good one.
let's talk about. I'm sure your guys' favorite subject for the last year or so. Let's talk about tempering and masterworking. I'm sure, like, you've only heard like one or two complaints about that in the last year. Obviously, it was almost universally hated. Now you hit the tempering for what you want. You only get one of them now. Masterworking, you click, if I remember correctly, you click upgrade 20 times. Then you click one final upgrade to try to GA the thing that you wanted to hit. And if you don't hit it, then you can reset just that one. And there is a little bit of work that you have to put in. You have to get the materials. You have to find the recipe for the tempering that you want. And then if you obviously miss the masterworking, you have to redo it. So it's not completely deterministic, but I guess the question that I guess the two-part question I have is, how did you guys land on this new system to change it? Because we knew it had to be changed because everybody hated it. And then the second part is are you worried that it's too deterministic besides those variables that I outlined, or are there more that I'm missing?
Yeah, so I'll talk about tempering real quick. So tempering, when we released it, was supposed to sort of be, we thought that like what we should probably do is say to you, we're going to, I'm just going to use the language, brick your item early. Because we felt like breaking your item early would feel better than breaking your item later, right? Honestly, at this point, I think it's like, it could go either way. But I think like, as we sort of sanded off the edges of tempering, right, through the sort of like feedback that, I feel like I should have more temper rolls if it has GAs, and I feel like the recipes are too big, the rest of the affixes should go from 6 to 3. We kind of just landed in a spot where it's like, this is basically deterministic with, extra steps, and maybe like 1 in a million items is going to brick. We think that feels really bad, right? When you feel like you should be earning the coin flip, but you're not, that feels infinitely worse than losing a 1 in 52, for example. So we made the decision to essentially allow you to sort of just temper the affix you want, because we felt like we were in that space already, just with more hoops that wasn't giving you the high highs and low lows that we initially had hoped for. We did worry about making it too deterministic, and that's why we added more and more affix to the base pool. We kind of wanted to say, okay, well, if we're going to give you this affix for free, then we do want you to find some more bases, and the bases should be a little bit harder to find, all the affixes you're looking for. So it was a little bit of a push-pull, right? Like, okay, we'll give you a deterministic affix, but we want the base items to matter a little bit more than. So that's the first part. As far as masterworking, I think a lot of the feedback was, let us roll back 1 rank. And we felt like the end stage of that, you map out the statistics of that, it's eventually a 1 in 5, right? No matter what. Like if you can just roll it back, it's a 1 in 5, which is a very big difference between consecutive 1 in 5 3 times, right, to the third power. So we felt like this really, the sort of masterworking update was more just doing what the player wanted in a better UX flow, which is you want to be able to crit the affix you're looking for on a 1 in 5. I will say we are looking at, I'm maybe jumping ahead. I think the thing that is missing from masterworking is that excitement of trying to hit that specific affix that you like got a GA on, for example. So we're looking to like bring that back in some form. I felt like GAing an affix was a little bit too anemic, and we felt like we stripped out too much of the excitement of the current system. So does that answer the questions?
I mean, yeah, that last part is exactly exactly the essence of how I will feel, which I am not always indicative of the entire community, but it's exactly what you just said at the end there. It's how am I supposed to get excited about either of these two mechanics? I will find the recipe, I slap it on for tempering, and I will hit the GA eventually. I know I will on my masterworking, and if I don't, well, the other affix is decent, so I hit that as well. And that's one thing I wanted to talk about later on. But the thing that I'm looking for in hopefully a lot of different ways in Diablo 4 going forward is where is the dopamine hit? Where does something miraculous happen that I can print it off and go post it on my fridge and call my friends and tell them this thing that happened? I don't know if either of these systems will do that with the current iteration.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. Like the dopamine, for us to create dopamine, right? Like you kind of have to have really high highs and low lows, right? There can't really be this sort of neutral middle ground for you to feel that excitement. So for us, it's been trying to find like what is a good delivery mechanism for that dopamine. Like obviously there's like the loot dopamine, which I think is different, right? Loot dopamine I think is more a mix of anticipation and like payoff. But for crafting dopamine and things like that, I think there does have to be sort of these high highs and low lows. And I think what we learned so far and what we're trying to do is I think the high highs and low lows really only make sense if your like median outcome is somewhere close to the high end. So I'll give you an example. Like I'm going to talk a little bit about sanctification. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead. I think like sanctification, especially on the PTR, we're trying to aim for something that was more like eternally relatable or something we could put into the game long term. We want to do some form of item gambling at the end, and we try to keep it a little bit tame. And I think like the learning from that is whenever we try and like do this thing that's right for the eternal game on a season, there's just so much seasonal expectation that this thing's going to blow everyone out of the water and change how you play every single season that we have to put a ton of power into it, which to go all the way back to my previous statement on like the median outcome has to be pretty good. In order to achieve that, like it has to be kind of tame, right? Like it can't be that the top end roll is going to be 1,000% better than the median outcome. And you can see this in tempering, right? Like part of why tempering feels really shitty to gamble is that there's only 1 in 5 affixes that is going to do anything for you, right? Like the weapon tempers is a great example of this, where like double projectiles on your core skill is obviously the only option for you. And that means that every other option, including the median outcome, it just isn't good. So, sorry, that was a bit of a ramble, but.
No, I love the rambling. I don't love these dogs barking. I don't know if you guys can hear it. It's driving
your
me
dog.
insane. Sorry about that. Yeah, during the PTR, a lot of people were coming to my stream like, Rax, have you seen Sanctification? Did you see what happened to Rob? Rob had an item and he bricked it. It's like, guys, like the overarching idea here, maybe you don't like the implementation, is good. At the end of the game, instead of having our stupid sword with our 3 GAs on it, level 20 masterwork with the same tempering that everybody has, we got to do something. How many of these swords have you found? Most of you have probably found 700 of them. Let's throw it into something and let's see if we can make the greatest sword ever. Like I didn't really understand, like, I understand, like, okay, going through the base game and having these gambles feels bad if you lose, but you have to have the opportunity to lose
in order, again, to feel like you're playing the game. It goes back to the starting with 15 skill points, like you walk into Helltide and you're already mowing everything down. It is fun. It is fun, but it at a certain point, it's like, oof. So I don't know. I'm with you guys that coming up with a core mechanic for super endgame items to hit that mega dopamine, and also, as you said, and we've talked about this since Diablo 3, in a seasonal setting, if you have a mechanic, if you're gonna miss, if you're gonna get it wrong, at least get it wrong in the player's favor. If you get it wrong and it doesn't work for them and they hate it, they'll never let you live it down.
Yeah, absolutely. You're totally right.
Okay. Run question 4. Nice. We're going. Okay. The tower. Seemed fun. Played it to only level 45, as we talked about before, with the monster things, with the progressing the timer, with the leaderboards. I mean, we finally have an end game thing with the leaderboard. Thank you for that, by the way. We've been begging for that. At least at that mid-level, level 45, it was kind of indistinguishable from me from the pit, at least the gameplay. Maybe it's just because you're mowing it down. Maybe it is different at the highest level. I guess from your guys' perspective, how is the tower different from the pit? How is that going to feel different for players?
Yeah, so our goal, like, why are we even doing this in the way that we're doing this, by the way? So tower and leaderboards are in what we're calling beta. So even when season 11 launches proper, we're still going to be considering them in beta. And part of the reason, I mean, if anyone who played Greater Rifts back in the day just knows, day 1 versus day 300 of that feature, so much changed. And frankly, almost all of it at the time, and we're hoping we can do this again with the tower, was through dialogue with the community, and having the community have kind of a chance to have a voice and help shape this feature. The leaderboard isn't, for us. It's for the community. It's for this kind of social system for everyone to kind of engage with. So the goal has been, hey, we just have to stand this up so that we can start getting into the iterative cycle. And we know the baseline that players have been using is they've been using the pit as kind of a surrogate for this, in absent of an actual mode dedicated to it. And frankly, that's been great that they were able to find a solution, but it's also been a problem because it means we can't just update the pit whenever we want without messing the only competitive thing players have. So we know we have to decouple these. And you can kind of see this a little bit, right, with the season 11 mechanic in the pit. In a leaderboard sort of competitive format, do you really want the weird kooky stuff being the thing that determines your success, or do you want it to be as much about skill and skill expression as possible? So the pit's been kind of stuck in this spork mode, right? Where it's having to do these two things, one officially and one sort of unofficially. And a tower is a first stab at least having a place where we can start doing this competitive mode in a more official way. That actually helps free up the pit to start being crazy again. And it's not going to something that's going to happen overnight, right? Like, it's not something that's going to happen immediately. We're taking initial step at it in season 11. But the more stable we make the tower, the more crazy the pit can become. And the perspective here has been, like, for competitive mode, you want some sense of consistency between runs, right? Otherwise, we're back to fishing, and it's like, well, the output of the random generation dictates my success entirely, right? I got the good run, I did it. But for kind of a grinding PvE mode, you actually want variety. You want crazy stuff to happen. I would love it if I walk into the pit and it's like, nope, it's all goblins all day, top to bottom. That doesn't really make sense in a competitive format necessarily, right? But hell yeah, that would be fun as hell to have in the pit. And it's actually kind of a good example, even going back to Greater Rifts and regular Rifts. Goblin Rifts happen, Goblin Greater Rifts don't, right? So we look at this as kind of the initial stab at something like this. What we're looking for is mechanical parity with Greater Rifts in particular, and a far more streamlined version of the pit. The comparisons are apt, but if you really look at it kind of deeply, there's a lot of nuanced differences between them that I think people have been starting to understand and notice. And we're actually seeing kind of the opposite of don't put leaderboards on the pit, right? Put the pit into the tower instead, because they're noticing those difference in the flow. Dungeon generation is entirely different. The algorithm is entirely different between the two. It's like, well, the rooms are the same. It's like, yeah, but they generate totally differently. There is no real dead end or severe dead ends, right? I've seen crazy screenshots of the pit where it's like 5 miles this way and then you're supposed to go the other way, right? So like these little things we're ironing out of the tower. And the intention is at some point down the line where we're feeling really comfortable with this and the community is telling us they're having fun, all those improvements is stuff we're open to bringing back to the pit. But again, the divergence point is going to be one is going to be far more focused on consistency, and the other is going to be far more focused on variety. It's just going to take us a while to get there, and we're kind of seeing the initial separation of this concept from the pit into the tower. And again, I think that's what's going to primarily open the door for the pit to be whatever the hell is fun versus whatever the hell is great explicitly for racing as this unofficial leaderboard, right?
That's something I had no clue on. I did not know that the tower being there similar to the pit was an avenue to open the pit to be something crazy. It kind of the way you described it reminds me kind of the visions of enmity in Diablo 3 where you can literally spawn inside of town and then be fighting 3 bosses, or you might be fighting 40 treasure goblins. So I guess the future plan is to have the tower be the very competitive, no dead end thing where the pit's going to be very fun. So let me ask you a question. So obviously the inspiration from the towers from Diablo 3 and Greater Rifts took I would say a tremendous amount of at least knowledge and some amount of mechanical skill at least to get a top clear. Like if you're playing Barb, for example, you have to spear the whole monsters through. You have to ground stomp them together. You have to burn them down with the area damage. You have to systematically spawn the pylons, yada, yada, yada. Do you anticipate that? And it's hard, to be honest with you, it's hard for me to imagine this in Diablo 4 because I don't know if we exactly have the same kinds of abilities. I don't know if we benefit as much like with crazy mechanics like area damage, and I'm not suggesting that you bring area damage forward. But do you think that the level of the skill in the tower is going to reach the same things that were in Greater Rifts?
I will say a lot of the stuff that kind of, yeah, I know you've done guides and videos and things like that on Greater Rift pushing. Um, but a lot of that stuff was kind of emergent. It's not like we, other than like Flavor of Time, I guess, or something like that. We didn't explicitly go in and say like, okay, these specific things are designed explicitly to make a Grid Rift run winnable or something like that, right?
Yeah.
That came later as the mode was better understood by both players and developers. But I expect some emergent stuff to happen. And part of the kind of the back and forth between us and the community and the iterative cycle that we're looking to have with this feature is going to be trying to take those things into account, right? Players are going to discover things, good or bad, right? And it's going to be something that we're going to be talking about probably very openly about, hey, we're going to disallow this, we're going to allow this, and we're going to double down on this, we're going to turn this off and things like that. So the comparison, I don't think is going to be one-to-one, and frankly, it shouldn't be. So one of the pillars that we've got internally for the tower is what we call only in Diablo 4, right? What makes this distinct and makes it belong to this game as opposed to a transplant from a different game? And we're not obviously hitting that right now, and we actually don't think we are. So anyone who feels the same way, we agree with you. That's something that we're going to be chewing on down the line. But right now, the goal is stability. I know on the front facing, it's like, well, it's the same monsters and so on and so forth. It's like the entire back end for this has been built from scratch, like all of it. So everything that's powering this behind the scenes is literally brand new. We're making it brand new to be as flexible as we possibly can make it, because I can imagine a future where a season modifies the tower. We want to leave the door open to that, right? Where we can iterate on it and say like, hey, when we're gonna add this thing, and then in the next season, it's gonna become a part of the tower or something like that. And I don't know what those are, and frankly, we don't have any solid plans. I'm not trying to tease anything, but the idea is let's make something as flexible as we can so it could be very reactive and very responsive to what the community needs from it, right? Because ultimately it's for you guys. So that's the ideal, right? Let's see if we can hit it.
So
Yeah,
basically, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
just to touch on like I think you're maybe alluding to some of the group play stuff with like the barb needing to pull in ZTPS and
That
that
was
that
that
sort
was
of
a
thing.
question later. Group plays, support characters. Is that going to be a thing? That was one of my questions.
Oh, that's an amazing question. Yeah, I'll say like when we launched the game, we had a pretty firm philosophy that we didn't want any sort of double dipping across classes because we had heard a lot of feedback that players wanted to make sure that D4 wasn't a required multiplayer game. So we felt a little gun shy on allowing a lot of those sort of multipliers because they could also run like way out of whack, right? As you've seen now with a lot of the multiplicative things that we have in the game. But I think going forward, we're a lot more lax, especially with the tower. We think that that kind of interaction in DPS is actually a really fun way to sort of build into, horizontal progression and that sort of thing. So we do want to support that more going forward.
So if I can summarize, like, as far as like the design of the tower in terms of like the mechanics and the skill required, it's like when you built GRs for Diablo 3, you didn't have the intention of we're going to pull this all and stomp it and area damage it down and spawn the pylons, and you just observed what happened and what became the meta, and it just became what it became. And now you're saying with the tower, the team is going to pay attention to what are the intricacies, what are the metas, and you're going to discuss how they flow in the competitive scene and whether you like them or not and make changes like that going forward. And sounds like we are much more open to like supporty and group play mega mechanics like we used to have in Diablo 3 potentially going forward in the design.
Yeah.
Keeping the door open for that, I think, is just going to give it legs. It's going to make it more interesting. And just some things to throw out there, like, right now on PTR, you have to unlock a tier via the pit to be able to play it in the tower. That's actually just a temporary measure.
Yeah.
When season 11 actually launches, you can just unlock tiers by just playing the tower. That's PTR is PTR, right? In the actual launch, that's actually going to be the plan. Is you can push the tier up with either mode, however you want. So.
Wait, let me ask you one question on a dirty topic, and then we can move away from the tower. And honestly, I don't even know if there's anything you guys can do about this, or anybody can do something about this. But I'll ask it anyway. So when I was playing other seasons, there would always be people messaging me, "Hey Rax, I have 200 Duriel runs. You want to run them?" I'm like, "You have 200 Duriel runs. I have like the most powerful build. I've been playing all day, and I have like 7." They're like, "Don't worry about it. I got 200 runs. You want to do it or not?" Da 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 da. My question is, do you think RMT is just going to ruin the tower? Because people just, it happens in every game. It's a problem. Everyone goes to these third-party sites. I get all these emails all the time. Rax, put my Diablo 4 currency site in your YouTube video, and I'll do whatever it is. Obviously, we don't do that, but do you guys ever have conversations about this, about RMT? Do you guys have anything you can do to stop this, or is whoever's going to clear the tower whoever has the biggest credit card?
So there's this feature in other games. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's called Solo Self-Found. It's something that we've been
Yes, I've
talking
heard of
about a
it.
lot,
Yeah.
and what we might do with something like that. So we are actively talking about it. We are looking into doing it. It's not
Fuck
going to happen
yes.
in 11, but I also want to throw out there that whatever we do here, kind of taking the Diablo 4 perspective. Okay, cool. All right, he's happy. That's good. Is whatever we do, it has to be in the expression of Diablo, right? Like, what is the right expression of an SSF mode, solo self-found mode in Diablo 4, is something that we are discussing actively right now. I don't have a timeline to share other than it's not season 11. But stay tuned. And as we kind of communicate more about those plans, we really want people to weigh in and start telling us what they think about the version that we might end up shipping.
Yeah, I understand you guys have like a different architecture, right? You have an open world, you have world bosses, da 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 da. You literally have a multiplayer only mode raids.
We have co-op.
Yeah, you have cap. Yeah, so I personally, other people probably won't forgive you. There's going to be people out there that say SSF has to be. I'm alone. I never see a player. I can never interact with the player in any way. Data, and that's SSF. And if it's not that, I hate your game. I'm more forgiving in that when I do like the soloable activities, that they're solo and I can't trade for gear and I can't swipe for gear or anything like that. Like for me as an individual, not speaking for the community, that would be good enough for me. So anything between that and super completely isolated mode would work for me. So that's so relieving to hear that it. Are you guys saying like it's coming, just not we don't have a date? Is that what's happening? It's coming for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Again, not season 11. Don't hold us to that. And I can't say which one beyond that because we have to sort things through. But and again, we're still coming up with a final plan, and more will be shared over time. And there's going to be a lot more transparency, I think, on tower and leaderboards than maybe folks have gotten used to. We know we're going to have to kind of have it that way to make it the best feature it can be.
Okay, so let's move into like the state of Diablo section, the Mythbuster section. By the way, it's been an hour. I have a million more questions. I'm having a blast. How are you guys doing on time? How are you guys feeling? Or what's the status here?
For you, Rax, we can keep going.
I'm so comfy. I don't feel like moving. So
I mean, I there's a reason we wear it every day. There's a method to the madness here. Okay, so these are tougher questions, but let's just rip the band-aid off. Actually, I think Zavin, you pretty much already just brought this up, and if I was understanding what you said that the team agrees with this. If I'm not putting words in your mouth here, but a lot of people are worried about that Diablo 4 is moving just to being Diablo 3. It's going like Diablo 3.5. We kind of talk like in the tower how like it's not like a perfect transition yet. It's still in beta. If you don't think if it's the right iteration of it, you're right. The team feels that way. Have you guys been getting this feedback, and how do you guys go through the process of what you add to D4 or not? Are you just trying to make Diablo 4 the next version of Diablo 3? You said one of your pillars is how do you make Diablo 4 unique? I guess some people feel like that hasn't been shining through at all lately.
I think there's a lot of differences, just obviously between the games. I think the system's complexity of Diablo 4 is much higher than in Diablo 3. Like, just compare the two paragons, right? They're not really a direct comparison. Compare the two skill systems and things like that. So I think there's plenty of differences, and we're not actually looking to erode any of those things. And we're not talking about going back to the old kind of skill rune model or anything like that. And I think the right view, it's the view I try to take as much as possible, is somewhat dispassionate. If there's a feature that's right for the game, I don't super care where it comes from. If it comes from a Diablo game, hell yeah, that just kind of means we've proven out it works, right? And it's going to fit in better. But beyond that, it's like, well, we just kind of borrow anything from anywhere. You know, a lot of the modes that, even looking as far back as Diablo 2, even as far back as Diablo 1, they borrowed a lot of things from other projects, other games outside of the Diablo series, right? And that's just kind of been true there throughout. So the intention is not to make this Diablo 3, and it's not to make it Diablo 3.5. Although it's funny because I remember at one point Diablo 3 getting a Diablo 2.5 moniker. So it's never ending, right? And that's okay. It's actually a good thing, I think, when people are like, I see enough of this other stuff in there. It means they're at least kind of staying true to the series to some degree where they feel related. But I think it's always important to do that only in Diablo 4 pillar. Frankly, for everything, what is it that makes Diablo 4, and explicitly not Diablo 2, Diablo 1, Diablo Immortal, or Diablo 3, right? We've got a lot of Diablos right now. So it's not a one size fits all solution either. right? Because sometimes, damn, Diablo 3 did it right. Damn, Diablo 2 did it right. And we just look at those things and say, okay, well, how do we adapt that? And how do we make it fit in Diablo 4? And something always changes in translation. It always changes when it gets to Diablo 4. So we can't be purist about it either, because some things just don't map, right? The rune system in Diablo 3 doesn't directly map to Diablo 4, no matter how much we try to shove it in.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. So it just seems maybe so. That's relieving to hear that you'll borrow anything from anywhere. I guess it just seems. So I guess the phenomenon that's happening here is just lately the things that we've been bringing in happen to be from D3. But going forward, you're not looking at D3 on the whiteboard and saying, what's the next way that we transform Diablo 4 into this game?
No.
Revealed our secret. No. I think it's a great way to put it. I think it's very fair. Also, just like touch a little bit on the design philosophy, right? Like, Blizzard's a very iterative studio. Like we talk about iteration and things like that, and part of that, a huge part of that, is driven by what the fans are telling us and what the fans are liking. And I'll just give you like a very like interesting evolutionary loop that we've been on. If you remember D3 at launch, there was a lot of inspiration from D2. And I think you remember a lot of like D2.5. There was like discrete world tiers and difficulties, and there's level locking, and then eventually monster power to replicate players 1 through 8 in D2. And then eventually D3 landed on Torments, which essentially creates those floors that players 1 through 8 was doing. And you think about D4, and a lot of the feedback has been like, oh, we want more infinite scaling. We want more sort of difficulty that scales forever. We like the systems that allow us to really push everything to the limit. And I think like you naturally sort of start to evolve into similar design spaces that D3 went through when they went from we went from a fixed sort of difficulty to ever scaling and infinite scaling. That has a lot of system implications that have very similar answers. So there's this sort of like funny phenomenon where like everything in the ocean floor eventually evolves into a crab. Like sometimes there's like overlapping, sort of design spaces that we do run into. And it's definitely not on purpose where we're looking at D3 and like, what should we copy paste from D3? Our goal is always to like, how do we make D4 more fun? How do we grow the game? How do we make the game bigger? And sometimes it's like, yeah, you know what? Toughness works super well in D3. We're going to have more torments, and we don't want to like reinvent the wheel on this. We know it's going to do the things that we want it to do, and we'd rather spend time on like other new things than like try and really spend a ton of time coming up with a completely new defensive system when the current one we feel like isn't working for us in an infinitely scaling game.
The monster power example and the players 8 and all that kind of stuff is honestly it's such a good case study of this. Because D2 started with this idea, right, of the discrete kind of difficulties, and then you had players 1 through 8 to be able to modulate that for yourself. And then you go into Diablo 3, and we don't have that second part. We just have the first part. We add it, we streamline it into Torments. Diablo 4 comes out. Guess what? We're back to discrete difficulty tiers, and then we realize, oh no, this is bad. And hopefully we'll kind of break this cycle at some point. But it really is kind of sort of this crab thing. It's like, well, eventually the game evolves to the point and the player base learns enough about it where they're going to start wanting systems that are very similar to each other. So I know we call it Torment, Diablo 3 called it Torment, but under the hood, go back, it's just players 8. And a lot of systems and features kind of tend to be in this sort of evolutionary thing where the nearest neighbor is Diablo 3. But actually, if you go further back in the iteration cycle, it's actually directly from D2, or in some weird cases from Diablo 1, right?
That's very interesting insight. So you said that Blizzard is a very iterative company, and it seems like for a lot of Diablo 4's life cycle, we have been redoing things. I was going to start rattling them off, but maybe it would be easier to say I can't think of very many mechanics that haven't went through some kind of like major redo. And in a lot of cases, is the game better now than it was 2 years ago? I mean, it definitely is. It's just tough because it's hard sometimes for the community to get excited about, hey guys, we're making defenses matter. So instead of capping your armor at 1,000, now you'll just stack it
with this new stat. It's like, even if it's better for the game, it's hard for the community to get excited about it. Can you guys talk a little bit about like that iterative process or redoing mechanics? Is this, I mean, I would imagine you guys don't like doing that, right? You guys don't like redoing all these things. Are we getting to a more stable point where the mechanics are getting nailed down and we can maybe focus more on new content? Or is it a pillar in the Diablo 4 team to be consistently like taking a system here and there and here and there and redoing it perpetually?
This is maybe like a strange example, but when between the time that the game launched and around Vessel of Hatred, Colin might remember the perfect timing more than me here. I think every single nightmare dungeon or dungeon in the game that can be a nightmare dungeon under the hood changed in some way. Like every single one,
Yep.
all 100 plus.
Yep.
And that happened kind of slowly and sort of like um, really in a really targeted way to aim at the fact that we knew all these changes were happening. We knew there were some areas that were, less than great. Let's be honest. When we first launched it, we knew we wanted to be iterative and wanted to improve stuff. I think that's kind of the heart of it. The intention is not to replace everything just because we can, but every time you replace one part, and maybe that part's better now, you look at the whole. We try to get this holistic picture of the whole game. Okay, what is not pulling its weight? What is not helping support the player experience in a positive way? That kind of goes back to all the combat update stuff that we did in season 11. Monsters had been untouched for years, if you really want to go back to like the beta period, right? Like actually years. We had not modified monster behavior, monster tuning, monster AI. We had not significantly deepened the affix pool that whole time, right? And so a part of the game just felt old and it felt derelict a little bit, right? Because it had not kept it in pace with everything else that we're doing. So being able to kind of take a step back, what does the game actually need to be added? But what are some of the old things that just aren't doing their job? Like we're gonna make those better because otherwise the game just gets all this cruft, right? It just has all this outdated stuff just lying around that no one cares about, doesn't give actual value to the player experience in any way. And frankly, for us is a tax because now we have to maintain stuff that no one wants or cares about, right? So if either we can have it do its job or we can remove it. Those are usually the options, right? The worst third option is never touch it. And I think we're kind of looking at, okay, what are the pieces of the game left to make better? Monsters seem to coincide really well with the tower update, so that's why monsters are up this time. But there's, I think we can all think of parts of the game that could be made better, and we're not done. Diablo 4 has a bright future, so.
Yeah, it's definitely like a where do we spend our time, right? Like we also try and pair some of these things with new stuff. We've added like a completely new world boss in Asmodan and things like that. And they're usually very different resources. So, when you think about like, well, are you spending a lot of time redoing mechanics? Usually we try and pair it with things that are new, and usually the resources that are redoing things aren't the same. They overlap with adding new things. Like adding Asmodan is completely different in terms of resourcing compared to like, let's update the toughness system, which actually was very simple for us to sort of do, and it allows us to add more stuff in the future.
So that brings up an interesting question, and don't answer this if it's going to get you in any kind of trouble or anything, but do you guys have less resources for the Diablo team in general, for, I don't know, just across the board, for seasons, for the expansion, or whatever? Have you guys gotten smaller since Diablo 4 has launched? Have people gone on to different projects? Or what is that like for you guys, if you can answer?
We're not going to talk about numbers, but I will say the the process that we use has evolved significantly. So, I think when you're thinking about the base game, it's one big launch, and we just know it's a big launch. So it's all hands on deck to this like one moment. And as soon as that moment's done, then we know we have multiple moments that we're going to be working on. We have multiple seasons, we have multiple expansions, we have events that we have planned. There's collabs, there's all these things. And so the team just naturally splits its focus. And it's actually very normal. And it's actually how the game was built, right? The entire team wasn't working on like one monster or one player skill at a time. For the entire development of Diablo 4, the team was spread wide, working on all parts of it simultaneously. And it just so happened that all those parts were releasing at the same time with Diablo 4's launch, and then again with Vessel of Hatred to some degree, right? But even in that case, we have um, kind of a more specific things that we're going after that map differently in time. So it's not that there's less resources or anything like that. Like it's not about that. It's more that we know we have certain things we're going to be releasing at certain cadence and we want to release those things. What does that release need? Let's give it what it needs, right? How does that feed into what happens after? It should be done smartly so that it helps us in the future in some way, right? We don't want the game to have these wild swings because we planned poorly. Ideally, season to season, it feels like, oh, there's this thing that we're building up, and you can see that sometimes with kind of the seasonal power system, right? As this thing that we kind of developed, and we were able to use it more, and eventually we got some feedback of, hey, maybe you're using it too much, and then we react and when we try different things with it. So it's not a head count issue or anything like that, right? It's how many things do we have going on, and what do those things need, and how can we architect it so we can kind of approach the game holistically instead of just like one thing at a time, right?
Makes sense. Appreciate it. So on that topic, this is probably the most asked question when I went to the community, is talking about seasons. And whenever I talk to people about seasons, usually it always revolves around three main ideas that people are wondering. So first of all, no matter what kind of a season you make, me included, everyone's always going to ask for more, right? We'll always ask you to do more, which is good. We're always hungry for more content. But one common critique has been they wish the magnitude of the seasons, the magnitude of the changes were bigger, it would happen faster. That's one thing. The second thing is lately, as you just alluded to, we got powers again. But probably the number one thing that I hear the most from the community is they wonder why a lot of the seasons aren't around a mechanic that could go core into the game afterward at a certain point to add, just more things to do within the game. So I don't know if you guys want to address any of these three, but how do you guys go about seasons? Maybe have you guys heard this feedback, and what do seasons look like going forward for Diablo 4 if you guys are making any changes?
I can probably help with number three on like how do we make the systems and more like sort of content for the player to chew through interesting. One, we believe in this idea, right? Of like the season should be making Diablo bigger over time. It's why we've tackled things like Nightmare Dungeons and Infernal Hordes on like fleshing those out and making those even bigger and cooler, adding more lair bosses, etc. I think to touch on like let's just go back to sanctification as an example. I think what has been a challenge is that when we want to add really cool things to the game, like sanctification or mythics, the way to do it eternally, our hope is that the game gets bigger and there's more options and there's more build variety. I think the expectations of seasons, though, is that when we add this thing, it's super powerful and it's going to impact every single person's build, no matter who you are or what it is. Like Chaos Armor is a great example of this. And it's like, there's kind of like two outcomes, right? Like we can tune it for the eternal game where it broadens the game. It makes horizontal progression more interesting. It means that there's new items to chase that might fit into some XYZ build. And that's a very different tuning paradigm than Chaos Uniques impacts every single player who plays no matter what in this season. And I think if you just inject like Chaos Armor into the game wholesale at the current power level, I think the game gets pretty boring and bland. And you can look at Mythic Uniques as a great example of this, where Mythic Uniques are insanely powerful. Everyone's like, oh my god, Mythic Uniques are the coolest thing ever. We love them. We love that they're rare. We love that they're powerful. Fast forward a year from now, every top end build has the same 4 Mythic Uniques. And I think that's what would happen if you added something like Chaos Armor just wholesale into the game. Now, that doesn't mean that we're never going to add anything eternally into the game. It's we're trying to find our footing in the right way to deliver some of these mechanics again in the eternal game that doesn't do long-term damage to the game and sets us up in the audience for sadness in 6 months when every build is 4 mythic uniques and the same 2 chaos uniques in every slot, right? Then we have a very different problem. So I think we're still trying to figure out like what is the right way to sort of reintroduce a lot of these really cool seasonal things. Again, I'm kind of repeating myself in a way that isn't overall detrimental to overall like sort of health and overall game.
So can I ask you something on that before we go to the other two? So that if I'm understanding correctly, that there's 2 ways that you think about designing it. Either it immediately powerful impacts the season versus it's like a core mechanic. You kind of have to work through it and it fits in the overall game. Are you thinking as a team that, or maybe you have tried it and you've been bitten in the past, that if you released a season mechanic like option B, where it is kind of a core mechanic that we're trying out and it's not just a superpower right in the beginning and you do have to kind of work with it to be better, are you thinking that people wouldn't like that season or it would somehow go wrong?
I think it'd be flat. Like I think Sanctification is kind of a good example of this, where we're pretty like conservative when it came to Sanctification, because what we wanted was this idea of like, yeah, you have 700 of the same sword, and we want this like gamble to be on, sort of similar items, so it can push one over the edge.
Yeah.
There's a number of reasons why Sanctification also didn't feel as powerful, right? We took power out of Masterworking, etc. But I think that's like a good example, like most immediately, where we try and tune something for the Eternal game, and we get a lot of feedback that it doesn't have the like sort of spiciness or sexiness of like, holy shit, this new thing is impacting every single build, and I'm way more powerful. So I think what we're trying to do is like, okay, let's take this thing. It's going to be really awesome for a season. Then we're going to take it out and we're going to workshop it in a way that can be delivered back into the Eternal game that isn't going to be carrying all the weight of a season, and it makes the overall game and systems more interesting and bigger.
I think part of the reason why that option A for me, where it's just this amazing power and it just dominates, why that doesn't feel good to me is the current iteration of Diablo 4 with the stuff that we talked about earlier. How you start with 15 skill points, how you cap your armor and you're dominating, how you just do so much damage that when the seasonal theme that I'm given is just this really sexy additional power, it's like, for me personally, that was the last thing that I wanted. What I wanted was I wanted something to do. I wanted a mechanic to work through. I'm wondering if after a lot of these changes that you're implementing go through, let's just imagine what the game is very balanced. The game is very challenging. You have these capstones to overcome. If you add a big, sexy power there, does that just take us back to where we were, where you're just running through it versus a new mechanic? It's like, every time I get to the capstone, I do a lot of damage, but I don't have any defense. But they added this new crafting system, which has these interesting parts where I could craft some defense. Maybe in the future, you could, like the other option of making a core mechanic would work if Diablo 4 itself as a base game had changed.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, you can kind of think about like one area where I think we have had some success is activities layer, some of the content layer, right? Infernal Hordes was a seasonal thing. It's just part of the game now. Same thing with the pit, and eventually Belial and stuff like that. So anytime that there's a part where we're like, okay, that can safely make its way and can just slot in, we'll just do it. There's been some powers in the past where we've converted them over to be an item that you can get instead. So we're looking for ways to do this. It's just to the point I think Colin was making, not such a clean exercise every single time, given that we have sort of these competing ideals of, hey, I just want to get into the season and I get to experience the cool thing, not the best version of it, right? And I still want some progression. But I should at least feel something has changed for between today and yesterday or whatever when I was playing. And then the version of that just stays in the game forevermore. Because if we do that every single time, 5 seasons from now, when the season starts, you have +5 mechanics on top of what was already there, right? They're all competing for attention. I think that's going to naturally put us in a position where we have to have severe inflation and power growth, power creep, just to make sure that the new thing can have some space to live in an otherwise crowded space, right? So it's just a process, and anytime we have an opportunity to bring something back, we're just gonna. It just makes the game better.
I mean, bloating is a real thing. It absolutely happens. I've seen it many, many times. So and I'm sure, I would imagine, I'm not a developer, it's way harder to develop for B than A, right? To make some really cool thing to throw in there, that's probably a reasonable ask. But making a core mechanic that is interesting and advances Diablo 4 and doesn't add to the bloat and everyone's going to like it. Yeah, just make that every time. That's probably a much bigger ask. Okay, so here's a question, and I would the way that I would ask this is maybe a way to change some people's minds on this, like an opportunity, like maybe we spin this into like a positive thing. But there are some people that are questioning whether they want to purchase the next expansion. Some of the things, like with the previous expansion, when they said the final boss was Mephisto's dog, we got left on a cliffhanger. We didn't have an epic battle with Mephisto. The Spiritborn is 50 tiers better than every class, which, by the way, was fun for a while. The Evade Spiritborn, it was fun. I don't think anybody can deny that. There are some people worried about whether they should purchase the next expansion. Did you guys kind of feel that some of the things in the expansion didn't quite go the way that you wanted? And are you feeling like the next expansion is going to be really good for the game, that people should go out and buy?
Am I feeling that the next expansion is going to be good for the game? Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll just okay. Okay. Well,
Yes, I do think that. There, it's a longer sentence. Yeah.
I'll take it. Okay. Here's another question about balancing, right? I would think that balancing the game for you guys is like pretty much impossible. Like, I love numbers, I love math, I like sitting around in spreadsheets, and I don't know how I would do it. And the reason that I don't know how I would do it is, we kind of talked about this earlier. The magnitude of a lot of things in the game has gotten kind of out of control. It's like, are you hitting for billions? Are you hitting for trillions? Da 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 da. And I see some core mechanics that are changing, like the health potions and the healing, and the monsters are getting stronger. And you don't start with 15 skill points. Is this part of a bigger plan to bring the numbers back down to planet Earth? And will that in turn help you balance not only the characters, but the monsters and the encounters and pinnacle content and the tower and things like that? Is that the plan that's going on here?
I'll say, like, it's a secondary plan. Like, I think, like, what we are looking for are areas where we've inflated power and it's not actually doing anything for you, the player, to feel more satisfied as part of what you did, like a reward. Or if it's not a meaningful choice, like something that we think a lot about in terms of character customization, is what is a meaningful choice? Like, do I want a defensive aspect, or do I want a unique with the damage multiplier in my slot? I'm taking a lot of damage, so I'm going to equip a defensive aspect. We like those chunky, meaningful choices. So what we are looking for are places to take out, sort of just power for power's sake. I think skill points is a good example, where it's like, it's not actually making the game more interesting. I think it's actually making the game less interesting, and the choices matter less. You just think about, like, do I actually give a shit about this blue item at level 2 if I'm level 16 actually when it comes to the skill tree? And it's like, probably not. So we are looking for ways to trim those out. I say it's secondary because generally, again, our first primary goal is creating those meaningful choices, and if that sometimes results in higher damage, then I think we'll take that. It is something we don't necessarily love, though. So I'll agree with the, like, billions and trillions of damage is definitely something that we don't try and do. So that'd be my answer on that one.
Well, it makes sense. So that it seems like it may all just kind of resolve itself as you take a look at the different, as you said, as you take a look at the different choices that people make and try to make it interesting. It seems like what you have developed lately is driving those numbers down, which once they are down, I think will just help with the. I would imagine it would just help design with the design of the rest of the game.
Totally.
A really simple example in season 11, right, is the renown stuff, including the altars and the power you get from those kinds of things, right? The massive disparity between somebody who's played from the very beginning versus somebody who just starts playing is really, really difficult to balance for. It's like start at level 1 at either theoretical, level 1, or you have a bunch of skill points and a bunch of stat points and a bunch of paragon already
Right.
and way more
Yes.
emotions. These are two different worlds. Players were not playing in the same space, even with a seasonal fresh start, which, like, by definition needs to accomplish that, right? So I know it's like it's a loss, but to Colin's point, there's not really anything interesting about starting with all that stuff that you gained. The whole point of a season is to have that refresh cycle, and it was starting to be detrimental to the overall balance of the game. So out it goes.
I completely agree. Just a quick time check. I'm having a blast. I got some fun questions coming up. How are you guys doing? You want to keep going?
I'm still comfy.
So good.
Oh, the hoodie saved the day again. Okay. Let's talk about my favorite topic, endgame. Towers here. Leaderboards are here. I like that. Thank you. I'm very interested to see like the progression of it as we go forward. It's in beta. We're still hitting for billions. Like, it's whatever. But I appreciate that it's there. Do you guys have plans to add more pinnacle encounters to the game or anything like that? Is that on the radar at all, or other end game content? Like, another thing that you guys added was you added the raids. And I guess I had the World of Warcraft mentality. I was like, okay, well, World of Warcraft, you have Gruul's Lair and Magtheridon. We do a Serpent Shrine Cavern, and then they'll release Tempest Keep, and then they'll release Mount Hyjal. But we've still had the same thing. Can you guys talk to me about just high? I know you don't want to give anything away, but high level end game plans. And are we ever going to see something like Uber Lilith, where we can wipe 1 week in a row and see if we can get 1 kill on her? I thought that was amazing, personally.
On the raid, the intention was not necessarily to enter this kind of cyclical MMO style thing. It's kind of incongruent with the rest of the systems of the game, which is, yeah, if you want to go progress, go do this one piece of content, right? We have a different sort of end game, so we kind of look at that almost in the same vein as Echo of Lilith that you were kind of bringing up, which is like, hey, here's the thing that you can go and you can achieve, you can accomplish. And it's like this big challenge you can go and do. And it's not necessarily intended to be this massively replayed till the end of time sort of thing. It just kind of exists as this, I sort of did it, and I can challenge myself to do it. But we are interested in, other ways we can leverage this content in the seasonal framework, where you can say like, oh yeah, you can go do that. Maybe you get something for it for doing it that one time, kind of like what we've done with Echo of Lilith, right? So looking for opportunities like that is, I think, the right space for something like that. We're not necessarily looking to add more explicit, like super difficult raid content in the context of like raid tiers in an MMO, right? Maybe someday we do it just to have more stuff for that kind of feature, but the positioning of that is very different in the action RPG space than in the MMO space. And we're not looking to change the action RPG into an MMO.
Is one of the reasons like maybe you wouldn't want to add more raids is because you guys are working on SSF and that's more of like a multiplayer only thing? Would that be like, do you guys consider that like a waste of your developer time?
Not really. At least I don't view the game in this sort of like this monoculture sort of way, right? I kind of think of it as we have a bunch of different audiences that play this game. One thing that unifies them: dark gothic action RPG. They like Diablo, cool. What are all the facets of that? Let's make sure everybody gets what they need from the game, right? The needs of a casual person trying to play through the campaign on the couch is very different than somebody pushing solo self-found leaderboards, right? They both get to be happy, and we can do we can do everything we can to make sure that they're both happy, and we believe we can.
Okay. One of the most widely discussed topics would be the skill tree. And, it's been accused of being, kind of small in magnitude in terms
What
of
do
like
they call it, Rax? Tell me exactly.
Well, I don't know. Like, how mean can I be? How mean can I be? I'm trying to be nice here.
The skill twig.
The skill twig. And
Nice.
I know you know this, Colin. I know we've talked about this before, but it's that's honestly not like the only problem with it. It might not even be like the main problem with it, right? It's also like where you derive your power from. Like every cool thing that I will ever get on my build has nothing to do with my skill tree, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So obviously, without like giving away future plans, if I remember correctly, not to put words in his mouth, I think Adam said that the skill tree is a major focal point for you guys. Can you just tell me like the high level ideas of how you guys might approach expanding this in the future?
Yeah, so you touched on it. The skill tree is the foundation of your build, and we feel like it's not doing enough to create a broad foundation for builds, so there will be major updates on it on the horizon. That's all I can say.
Okay, this is NDA stuff, guys. We gotta wait for that. Okay, but it sounds like they know what's problem here. So this is one of the things that makes me the most sad in Diablo 4, and it has to do with, I believe it was what Zabin said earlier, or maybe it was Colin. I don't know. We're all talking about everything, where we talked about mythic uniques, right? And how when they first came out, they were the greatest thing ever, and nowadays they're a formality, right? You get your pieces, you craft it, you go kill Belial or Duriel 100 times. It will drop, you put it on, it's a formality. The thing that I loved in Diablo 2 so much, I don't know if there's ever been a game that just gives you that dopamine hit when a jaw rune drops or a griffin's eye drops. It's just the best feeling. Do you guys have you guys looked at that system at all about injecting some kind of dopamine in the future where these mega drops can just happen just by playing? You get home from work, you put the kids to bed, and you're just hoping to hit the miracle on the slot machine here rather than just methodically checking the boxes and putting on your 4 mythic uniques every single season.
Yeah, I think this is something that's very near and dear, right? Like the game should have these exciting moments. Actually, because we have the opportunity to talk to you, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. When we add the leaderboard, and this is a genuine question, when we add the leaderboard, are you going to be okay if your leaderboard placement in a lot of ways sometimes comes down to somebody who got the god drop? Like if we could make all the mythic unique super fucking rare, right? Only one in, I don't know, let's just say a million drop. And if the person above you is above you because he has Teriel's Might, do you think that's going to be a frustrating experience?
If he didn't swipe for it, I mean, I think about it reverse. Why wouldn't they win?
Okay.
Why, like
That's awesome.
if you logged in in SSF and we're blasting and you got the sword of 1,000 truths, dude, bro, if you don't win, you fucking suck, dude. You suck. Like
Yeah.
I would never withhold putting the sword of 1,000 truths in Diablo 4 for fear that someone might find it over me and beat me. It's exactly the opposite. If you have the sword, I'm going to try to beat you, and then I'm going to be DMing you and tell you what a fucking noob you are. Because if I had that sword, I would have done 10 tiers higher.
All right.
You know what I mean? No,
Yeah.
that doesn't bother me at all. But it would bother me. It would bother me if I was playing on standard mode and the guy has every single mythic unique because he swiped, or whatever you want to call it, legendary item because he swiped for it. Which is why I'm so glad to hear SSF is coming, because I already know unfortunately the top of the leaderboards are just going to be an RMT joke outside of SSF. I don't know how you guys would combat that.
Yeah, that was a great answer, and I appreciate that. So, like, we do want to create more dopamine drops in the game. I think part of it right now is that a lot of the cool drops in the game are very much customizing your build, as well as giving you a ton of power. And I think what that means is, without that customization, build crafting is pretty flat. So we've had to jack up the legendary and unique rates, because you can't assemble a build without all the aspects. So that's like one part of it, but yes, we do want to add more dopamine drops to the game. We're trying this with sanctification, right? Like we also, outside of drops, we're hoping to create some crazy highs of the sanctification outcomes. So it's something that we do want to add to the game very much.
And I wanted to kind of double down on the if the only thing that can elicit that, that feeling is a specific, a helm or a whatever dropping like an item piece of gear, that's a very narrow space. But try to make as many different avenues where this can happen, kind of spreads it around and doesn't put all the pressure on one single part of the game having to deliver that sort of dopamine hit. So sanctification is a good example of how this may be kind of expressed through the crafting side, right? And we're looking actively for other places where we can kind of create that feeling outside of the space of this very specific piece of gear dropped or this very specific item dropped. Not to say in place of those, right? But in addition to those, so those don't have to hold up the entire thing on their back. Game's really big. We feel like there's space to that's worth looking at. So that's this kind of stuff we're looking at right now.
Yeah, there's lots of avenues, right? Like for example, you said the tower there opens up the pit to maybe give you a goblin level that might make you feel like $1,000,000, for example. That's
Yep.
not a legendary item that could feel good. So here is a very very interesting question. Let's just talk about crafting at its highest level. So is crafting ever going to take a bigger role in Diablo 4? When I wrote this question, I've heard people talking about it. When I started to think about, like, you guys are systems guys, when I thought about crafting in the Diablo franchise, it really hasn't ever been that crazy. Like, what do you do in Diablo 2? You have some cube recipes. That's something. And but it's just re-rolling in Diablo 3 and da 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 da. Like, it hasn't been like a huge like entire system that I can remember ever in a Diablo game. But are we going to expand this beyond tempering and masterworking? For example, are we going to be able to take like a good base item, zero to hero, and turn it into something fantastic? Is that on your radar? How do you approach like that system at the high level?
Yeah, it's definitely on our radar. And just to go back to a point Zavin brought up, there's a lot of different people who play the game, and it's not always just like, oh, are you core player, are you casual player? There are some people who just really like crafting, and that's how they like getting their items, and we want to service that. So yes, crafting is absolutely something that we do want to flesh out in the future, because we think it's one of those places where it feels really good to have that place to pull the slot machine lever on, like, can I craft a good base into something amazing? So that is something that we are very interested in exploring.
Are you thinking that in that system that even stuff like gray items or blue items would have value, like you would pick them up and go from there? Or are you thinking like it starts with like a yellow item, or maybe you haven't hashed that out yet?
Potentially, yeah, for sure. We're not ruling it out.
Yeah. We're definitely further in terms of steps to that, but it's not off the table.
Okay. Loot filter. Or I mean, loot filter? Diablo 4? That a thing?
We're looking into it
Hmm.
actively.
Okay, actively. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a little better. Okay.
So if you think about like um, ever since Loot 2.0, or Smart Loot, I should say, in Diablo 3, like the game just like clears out some stuff for you. So arguably the game just has a built-in filter of sorts, and it just sort of just does things for you behind the scenes, to make it feel smarter, so you get drops and stuff. So it's a process to kind of sort through what it is that we actually need from something like this.
Okay. Um, so I guess kind of tied to loot filter, stash space. We're gonna get more stash space. Is that a thing?
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Um, so we got a roadmap for last year.
will we get a roadmap for 2026? Is it coming anytime soon? Anything on a new roadmap?
Yeah, so that was the 2025 roadmap, and here we are rapidly getting to the end of the year. So kind of going forward, we're probably going to be adjusting maybe how we like phrase it and talk about it. Something more like a more broad framework of it as opposed to an explicit sort of like launch window thing, maybe. But we are looking at what is the right kind of format to talk about the future plans. Something like the tower, as an example, is just going to have sort of its own timeline and its own reality that's going to be working because it's really iterative. Like we know we have big blank post-it note, insert major iteration here,
Right.
right? It's like, oh, I don't know, let's see what players say, and then we'll do stuff, right? So we kind of have the slots set aside to be able to do some of these things. We don't have explicit plans in all cases. So making a roadmap into 2026 gets way more complex to talk about because it's a IOU iteration at this time, and we just don't know what those plans are in some cases.
Is it just me, or is that actually a better situation to be in? Because what we were in before, it looked like you guys had already worked ahead, but then like right away, people said they didn't like powers, and we got it 4 times in a row or whatever. But now you're like, okay, I have this new feature, and I'm gonna take all the feedback, and I'm just gonna spend a ton of time with all the feedback that we gave the next season, making it better in addition to whatever else you have. That sounds way better to me than what we had before, right?
eh, they'll have their positives and negatives, I suppose. How I look at it. So, like, if you go look at the 2025 roadmap, tower and leaderboards are on the other side of the year, but you're playing them now. So things change even in the roadmap, right? Like we
Yeah.
literally listen and adapt those plans, and if we have to move things around, we'll move them around. That's always been true, and I think arguably one of the biggest problems with a roadmap of any kind is it feels like it's set in stone, whereas we all know things change and we can move things around, but it feels like it's a very strong commitment and the players don't have any voice and there's no opportunity to react. It's like, no, we absolutely have an opportunity to react and respond and change things, right? But do we really want someone to like every day go and maintain this like public roadmap all the time? So maybe the framework approach works out better. We'll see.
Okay. Question for you guys. Do you guys have any plans to add horizontal progression to Diablo 4? Maybe something not like completely based upon power level or moving further along in the actual game, just like fun little side things. Is that on your guys' radar at all? Do you guys allocate any developer chats or time to things like that?
I think one thing I think we think very highly of is like alting. I think it's a really fun way of horizontal progression in the game. And right now, like I don't think there's enough vectors for you to get cool gear for your alt, right? And I think that's something that's definitely missing. So like alting is something that we think is really cool in terms of horizontal progression. We've tried to do some of this with some of the season's journey objectives in the past, where like there might be some interesting side things for you to go do. That's a little bit more horizontal. I'll say like another thing that I think kind of we think is a cool opportunity space is just horizontal progression within your own character, like assembling new builds and things like that. It's part of why we added the armory. I do think like one of the things that is making horizontal progression in terms of like I'm a fire mate or fire sork and I want to create a frost sork is there's a couple of systems that really calcify your build in an obnoxious way that prevent you from wanting to switch archetypes. No plans or anything like that, more just a note on like, yeah, it feels like Paragon sort of like locks you into things and it's really tedious to undo. So that's like a potential opportunity space that we'd love to like make better in the future. Obviously nothing real yet, but more just commentary on it.
That was my next question. Any plans to update the Paragons? We'll consider that one answered. So I'm guessing that I won't get an answer on the next 4 questions, but pardon me while I just YOLO them anyway, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I guess let me ask it this way. Maybe I can get an answer if I ask it this way. Why is Diablo not in Diablo 4?
he's busy, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. I hope he becomes unbusy because I would love to see him. He's in the other Diablo games.
We are we've been really focused on telling the story of kind of the age of hatred is what we've been kind of thinking about this internally and connecting all of this stuff. And everyone saw obviously in the base game with Lilith and then connecting to Mephisto and then the Harbinger and stuff. So, there's plans in the future, but they are squarely focused on this current arc.
Okay, we're still battling Mephisto. We'll see Diablo later. He's busy. I actually can't believe this isn't in the game. The cow level, like, how is that not in? That's like the most fun thing to do.
What?
How do we not have that?
The what?
The cow level. You know what I'm talking about.
No.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's a cow level?
God damn
I think he
it,
means the
guys.
farm.
Like
I know
in
there's some cows.
Skosglen, the cows that roam around the.
Yeah, I killed whatever it was, 600 of them, and I went to the stupid ass shack or whatever, and then the Discord data mined all the things, and it was just a wild goose chase. I did that. I did it twice. I did it.
We don't know what that is.
I did it twice actually. You guys know exactly what that is. You put it in the game. You're gaslighting me.
Sounds like a very elaborate hoax, if I had to guess. I think probably good to move on. So,
okay. So, last question, and we'll wrap it up here. And I'm not going to get an answer, so let me try to ask it in a way that I might get an answer. It seems like all of us, like not at Blizzard, really like the Paladin, and you guys don't seem to share the same love for the Paladin that we do. So is that true? Like, why? Like, what's the deal with the Paladin here?
Can you describe what you mean? What is a Paladin?
The holy man that goes around and burns everything and does the smite and the hammers, Yeah, like a Crusader, but better.
I mean, I think Crusader was a fun class. I don't know. Maybe.
Debatable.
Yeah.
Maybe one day.
Who knows? I don't know if it would fit, honestly. Paladin seems kind of like outside the ballpark, so.
Yeah, Necro has a shield, so it's good enough.
Yeah. Oh God, that was terrible. Okay. Well, on a more serious note, for me, not as a host, but for me as just a fan of the Diablo franchise, for you guys to sit here for more than 2 hours, answer all my questions, just YOLO it, and have a real deep discussion about the game, it means a lot to me. I had a blast talking to you guys. I hope you guys felt the same, and we'll see what the community thinks of it. But I absolutely loved it. Hearing what I don't like hearing me talk, but I liked hearing what you guys had to say. So I really appreciate you guys taking the time. I had such a great time talking to you.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you so much for having us. Like, this was a ton of fun, and it's cool to be able to talk to you in an open forum like this. So it's very unique. Thank you.
And are you guys are there more interviews coming? Are you talking to Rob? And then is there another interview? Like, do you guys know anything about that? I think Rob has an interview as well, right? Is it with you guys or?
Yeah, I think it's us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. So we'll see what Rob can cook up there, and I don't know. That's all I had, guys. So if you don't have anything,
Duck tomorrow and Rob on Thursday.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's right. That's the order. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for everything. Let's do this again in the future. Let's meet back sometime, and if you want to go for round 2, I would love to do that.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks, dude.
Okay.
Thanks, Rax. Later,
guys.
Bye.
All right. Well. I really wasn't reading anything from chat. I was dialed in there. I had more questions, but we weren't going to get answers from them. I was trying to read the room a little bit there. All right. All right, give it to me. Give it to me straight. What did you guys think? Did you like it, or did you think it was dog shit? Give it to me straight. I can take it. I got a chubby. That's the first thing I read. Jesus. I didn't ask about enchanting. Enchanting? You didn't like that they ignored the Diablo question? It looks like some people hated it and some people loved it. That's usually what you get in life, I guess. You did good, they did bad, they answered nothing. You guys don't think they answered anything? I thought some of their answers were pretty interesting. They said we're getting SSF. Is that not something? I didn't ask about MTX. That is true. I didn't ask them about the shop. I knew that was. I should have known that would have been very high on everybody's priority list. Well, guys, I understand why they didn't answer some of the questions. They probably have like an actual proper announcement for like things like the expansion, like whatever's coming in the expansion. They probably have a proper announcement for it, and they're not going to announce to the world what they're releasing on some random dude's Twitch channel, right? Like I didn't expect to get answers from these things. I mean I tried, but probably the only surprising thing, the thing that kind of caught me off guard with what they said is when we talked about seasons, about how they I understand it. I understand the idea of why they do this, about how, you know, you want to design something punchy that people feel as an impact right away, and then it kind of flutters away. But I would think it's more valuable to try to make these ongoing mechanics that actually expand the game, and something in it's like it's a balance, right? When I play a season, of course, the season has to feel impactful. It has to do something for me, otherwise I'm not doing anything. But I definitely want to like work on it. I definitely want to solve it. I want to figure it out instead of just, you know, slapping a power on. They said Paladin didn't fit in D4. Guys, like obviously that was sarcasm, right? It's kind of interesting. We're getting actually very, very different. We're getting very polarized opinions. Some people really liked it, and some people really didn't. Interesting. I liked it. No, I'm not talking about me hosting it. I'm talking about I just like talking about game design. Yeah, I was kind of surprised that they didn't want to expand the raids. Like, I thought the raids were, I don't know, like, I thought that that would be something that would be iterated on. You'd add another wing of the raid. Here, go try this new raid mechanic. But it seems like that was not on their radar. Yeah, that's why I asked them. I asked them, do you not want to spend time on that because it's forced multiplayer and you're making SSF? It seemed like I'm trying to read between the lines here, but it seemed like a lot of the topics that I had brought up are potentially going to be in the expansion, and they didn't want to. Maybe I'm thinking way too deep into this, but the feeling that I was getting is some of the stuff that they didn't want to answer is because maybe it's in the expansion and they're planning some big announcement, and that announcement is not happening on a Twitch stream. That's what I would. I could be completely wrong, but that's the way it felt to me. Do I think it's a problem that all of the content is behind a paid expansion? Well, a lot of people would argue that a lot of the stuff isn't behind a paid expansion. I know a lot of you don't feel that way, but for example, we get the tower without paying for an expansion. We get all the system changes with no paid expansion. But I see what you're saying. Like, it's probably gonna have a new class. Hopefully, it'll be Paladin. It sounds like the one thing I did glean from them is they said they're focused on the Mephisto arc. So I tried to ask them, like, give me your elevator speech for why people should buy the next expansion, but they just said, yes, it would be a good purchase. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to press the issue. If I ask them a question and they clearly don't want to answer it, I move on, right? I'm not going to sit there until they give me an answer, you know?
Season 11, it's December, I don't know, December 8th or something. The shield comment was so funny. What was the shield comment? We need a dirty interview with the gloves off. We need their real thoughts. I don't really know what you mean, man. Like they work for a company called Blizzard, and they're going to answer the questions that they can while being as honest as they can within the confines of working for Blizzard, right? Like, oh yeah, the Necro has a shield, so you don't need a paladin. Yeah. What do I think SSF should be? Well, I mean, I think you shouldn't have the ability to group up unless it's like the raids, for example, unless they're going to put in the development time to change the raids to solo, which I doubt they will. It doesn't sound like they're going to do that. For any activity that can be done solo, you can't group and you can't trade. That's what SSF means to me. Okay. Well, Rob will go for round 2 in a few days. We'll see what questions he has. Rob will glaze them. Isn't he paid by them? I don't think Rob's paid by Blizzard. I could be wrong. He will just ask the questions Blizzard gives him. I doubt that as well. Damn. Everybody. It's weird. Like, there seems to be. I mean, I guess I know why. I guess it's not that surprising, but it used to be like the Diablo community was very together and very happy. It seems like there's a lot of hatred in this chat, actually. It's actually kind of crazy. I guess people are mad with Diablo 4, so this is what it's become, I guess. The season of hatred. People on Reddit are mad about my questions that I asked Blizzard. The number one rule of life is never, ever, never, ever consider, care, or think about what Reddit has to say. Reddit is, for lack of a better way to say it, a cesspool of retards. You never go to Reddit for any of your information. And that's saying it nicely. No one gives a fuck what they think. That's the reality of it. Yeah, we'll put the interview on YouTube. I mean, I asked them some fairly tough questions, guys. I asked them, is Diablo 3 or Diablo 4 becoming Diablo 3? The magnitude of the seasons isn't high enough. We're sick of powers. Are we getting something different? Are we going to make mechanics that actually go core? Can you tell us why we should buy the expansion? We keep redoing mechanics, and that's not exciting. Versus getting new content? We talked about, are we ever going to balance the game from doing billions of damage? I asked them, are they bringing pinnacle content to the game? Are they going to add dopamine drops to the game? Are they going to change the skill tree? Are they going to give us SSF? Are they actually going to build a crafting system? That tempering and masterworking is way too deterministic? I mean, I asked them the questions. The questions were asked. The skill twig. I asked them the questions. They were asked. If you watched, I mean, what did I miss? What did you want me to ask? The interview is live, but the chat is pre-recorded. Wait, DM died again? DM died yesterday on Maven. He died again today? Is that what you're saying? No, I saw him. Yeah, he died on Maven. I saw it. Woody, thanks for the raid, man. Woody, give it to me straight. Did you think the interview was dog shit or not? Give it to me straight, Woody. I don't know if he's still here. Woody never says anything negative. That's true. He's a pretty happy-go-lucky guy. Rank 1 all classes, Woody versus Rax. If they have SSF, I'm sure we will both go hardcore SSF and battle. I'm sure we will. It'll be good. Be like old times. I don't know. Like, I give them credit. I give them credit for having the conversation with me. I give them credit for at least letting me ask the questions, and they fielded most of them. I don't know, like, going in, I did not think that I was going to get complete answers on all of my questions. I didn't expect that at all. So, I don't know. You want him to do an interview where he has to convince them to come back? The only question I asked them on convincing us to come back, they didn't answer. They just said buy the expansion. I asked, I tried. The first 45 minutes was lame. Well, originally the interview was slated for season 11. So I was like, well, season 11 is interesting and I can ask questions on season 11. But what I really want to ask is about the state of the game. So I asked, the first 50 minutes were on season 11. Those are not the questions I wanted to ask. But I thought it was interesting nonetheless. Will we get Mephisto in the next expansion? Well, they literally said that they're focusing on the Mephisto arc, and we're about to get another expansion. And a bunch of people are very mad that we fought Mephisto's dog in the last expansion. So if they're focusing on Mephisto on the next expansion, and we don't fight Mephisto as the final boss, I don't even want to see what the riots are going to be like in the street. So you know, that's logically what it logically it looks like Mephisto expansion, Paladin. But I don't know. Is Diablo going to be a dead game after we kill Diablo? Well, killing Diablo in Diablo 3 was just the beginning. Then you went and did Greater Rifts. All right. Thanks for the raid, Woody. Appreciate you. I'll get you back for sure. All right, I'm gonna hang it up here, guys. Thanks for being here. Well, we did learn one thing. We did learn one thing. We're getting SSF. We are getting that. So I'll take it. It's better than nothing. What is SSF? Solo self-found. It means that we will have a solo mode in Diablo 4, which means the leaderboards might actually mean something if they ban the botters. There will be botters. They got to ban the botters. And then we'll be in there. Missed the interview. How did it go? Mixed opinions, Fat Matt. Some people loved it. Some people hated it. I think you just have to watch it yourself and make your own determination. I asked a lot of questions that they were just unable to answer. I thought I would fish anyway to try to get answers like, are we going to get Paladin? Are we going to get Diablo? Are we going to get stuff like that? How did I feel about it? I liked it. I like talking about games though, so it's got to have to go pretty bad for me to not like it. That's true. In the past, developer interviews weren't even a thing. At least we get to talk to them nowadays. That's a good point. That's a positive way to look at it. Some of the questions didn't get answered, but I didn't expect to get answers from all of them anyway.